Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I need to catch up on chat real quick. Hey, Skag, what's up? All right, so welcome in, folks. Welcome to Writer's Block. I hope you're having a good Monday. Just had to remember what day of the week it was. I have two guests that are joining us from an episode prior. This we have Elise, Sword Queen D&D, and we have Soul of Soul's Rolls. Would you two like to introduce yourselves for us?
Elise, you can go first.
I was gonna tell you can go first.
I said it first, so ha! Victory's mine.
No. Hello everybody. As Nick mentioned, my name is Elise. My Twitter handle is Sword Queen D&D, and I'm an artist and Etsy store owner, where I do commissions and sell tabletop role-playing game products. I'll be expanding my Etsy store into some more interesting and different things in the future. So give me a follow on Twitter, give me a follow on Etsy, check me out. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me back, hon.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have you on.
So, I'm Soul. You can find me everywhere online as Soul's Rolls. That's Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Itch, Ko-Fi. Yeah. I've been on before. Loved it last time. Really glad to do this time. We're going to be doing some fun words. Hopefully we won't get any weird, like, crepuscular horrors. But no promises. No promises. What I do by day is predominantly like social media management for TTRPGs. I write TTRPGs myself. I also do a little bit of like wellness blogging. The big thing I'm working on right now is a project called RPG In. Really hoping to get a lot more marginalized voices into the community. So keep your eyes peeled for that. It launches at the end of the month.
Right on, man. Happy to have you on.
Yeah.
And Omni, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you very much, Fred. Hello, everyone. I'm the Last Omnitect, your favorite robot American. You guys can catch me on my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/TheLastOmnitect, where I do world building, arts, and TTRPG rule smithing on various days, now on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And I'm looking to start running a couple of games on my channel, as well as also one on DMDM Studios, two of which are going to be my legacy TTRPG setting that I've been working on for 20 years. Super hype. Currently going to be making characters, even after this session, likely. So, yeah, no, I'm having a fun time. Red, how about you, buddy?
Hey, well, y'all know who I am. If you don't, welcome to the show. Writer's Block is a collaborative world-building show where I invite on guests, and they help us build something into something. Right now, the something is going to be a world that we have called setting that we have called Echoes of Iron. It's going to be developed into a game because, like, from the first episode, I mean, I like this is a perfect game that could be made, and like, but so appreciate you for that. Appreciate having guests on because building something solo or with one other person can get a little bit dry, but having people constantly coming in giving new ideas, it keeps things interesting constantly. So wanted to say, if you look in the top left corner, there's a Hero Forge thing. That is because I am an affiliate of Hero Forge. So if you scroll down and to the right, I believe, there's a Hero Forge link. Anytime you buy anything through Hero Forge, I would greatly appreciate it if you use that link because it directly supports me and no extra cost to you. And like I said, I very much appreciate any monetary support you can have because this is my main gig. So I appreciate it. But without further ado, let's get into the rules of Writer's Block. Okay, my bad. We each have 3 words. We each pick in a 1-by-1 fashion, or we each drop our words in a 1-by-1 fashion. Sorry, I forgot the microphone wasn't on that particular slide. and we take prompts from the audience. If you have any one-word prompts, please feel free to share them. We might use them. We might incorporate them. And after we're done, we pick 2 words from the each of us pick 2 words from the pool that we've created, and we do world building from there. And if we get through all of those words in a timely manner, we will take prompts from the audience in the form of long-form questions. So I say, let's begin. Who would like to? We could go in any order, honestly. I'd like the guests to go first, but
yeah.
We could go clockwise, starting with
Let's
Elise.
roll initiative.
No, you're gonna go first.
Oh, come on.
Well, roll initiative. What do you think this is? Do you think this is a TTRPG show?
No,
You can roll.
never.
You know, fuck it. We're rolling d20s. Get your dice up.
Yeah. Woo.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 3, so good luck. And now
Right.
Jesus, I'm glad I'm rolling them now.
19.
17.
14.
I guess I'm going first. 19, 17, 14. I will start with me. Oh, wow. My show, right? So this is the only time I ever roll well on initiative when I don't want to go first. Okay. So my first word is, I forgot how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. No, I know how to pronounce it. Autolatry.
That's different.
Oh, whoops. So autolatry is the act of self-worship. Not the idea of high sense of the ego, but you genuinely think that you are a religious figure to be worshipped, and you worship yourself. It's not a common practice, obviously. Nobody makes shrines to themselves, but I'd imagine in this world we can work that into where people are just like, yeah, I worship myself because I have a set. I'm sure that immediately comes off as just like egocentric and stuff like that, but I think it could mean something more. Like the self is the most important thing, and you should worship yourself and treat your body like a temple, like that fucking stuff. But like, I like the whole idea of people having a higher sense of self-worth to the extent where they're not going to go throw their lives away for war or anything like that. Everybody is sacred, and everybody is their own god in their own life.
Red, did you just propose a near noble, bright thought into this setting?
Well, kind of.
What did you do with my co-host?
Okay. I would like to point out that self-worship at this point is now noble bright. Your setting is dark as fuck.
Yes, it is.
Well,
buddy. It is.
Okay, well, there's 2 sides of self-worship. There's the humanist side, which is the focus on the self, or focus on humanity and like us as material people. And there's also the idea of like masturbatory self-worship, where you're just like, I'm so great that like I'm better than this person, and this person's also a deity, but I'm my only deity in my mind. So
my word will be onanism. No, I'm kidding.
No, but like I just thought of like a really fucking metal name. It's just like the god in my mind. Like just like you have a god inhabiting your head. That was my thought process when I picked that word.
When people can't understand the concept of an internal monologue. You know what? I found out a few minutes ago, not everyone has an internal monologue.
Didn't know that.
That was just fucking wild to me.
That blows me away, yeah. No,
Did you know that some people cannot imagine images? Like they don't have a visual like imagery thing? That's neat.
Mine's really blurry. I know everybody's just like, I see some people are like, I see things in like perfect cohesion. I see things in like muted gray tone. I'm like, I just see like a general idea of something. It's not quite an image. It's like a rough painting. It's like a thumbnail. That's how I imagine things.
I got up to adjust my seat and my cat has stolen my chair again.
Well, now you're doomed.
My best friend, actually, I can't remember the name of the condition. Can't recall faces at all. Yeah.
Face blindness, I think is what the term is.
Aphasia?
Yeah, aphantasia, or it's like a type of aphantasia where she can't recall anybody's face.
I think they're related, but I don't know that it's like a subtype.
Well, yeah, I just autolatry. I was going to sometimes I literally just go through the word generator and click until I find something, and it's just like that one was like, that one's really weird, and I like it, and I feel like I can incorporate it easily into world building. So not easily, but it'd be fun to incorporate into world building. But so, what is your first word?
For my first word, we're going to use benthic.
Ah, I love benthic.
It's a good word.
Why is it under that? Like a benthic bloom, which I believe is a magic card.
It is not a magic card. It's an item in British.
Oh, it's enriched. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, there's also benthic behemoth, which was a magic card.
Oh, benthic behemoth. Well, what set was that from, Saul?
Fuck off.
Back in the day, you play.
I'm gonna go look now. You're gonna hurt my feelings when
it's 7th edition in Tempest. No, I did not know that off the top of my head. I had to look it up.
I feel you, Soul. Half the time when I pull out my magic decks, I'm like, yeah, I remember these things. These things aren't too old.
I mean, you're
like,
so
oh, yes,
old.
that's classic magic. And I'm like,
I mean, you are so old. Classic. You are so old. I had to correct you on the legend rule.
Don't remind me.
Which changed in 2003.
I remember it from Tempest.
Now.
I remember it from Tempest.
Yeah, Tempest. And it came in 7th edition.
Yeah, 1997, motherfucker.
I wasn't even a twinkle in a nutsack at that point. So what's your idea behind benthic? I'm a youngin. So what's your idea with benthic, brother?
I like the idea of kind of abstracting a little bit. So benthic, for those of you that aren't aware, typically refers to a layer of the ocean, typically a very deep one, or even the bottom. It is a place where not much light reaches, something that has untold, unexplored depths. So we've done a lot of like coastal stuff. We've also done a little bit of like crypt diving. I wanted to like get some water in there. Now I've got a minor case of thalassophobia. Not really keen on water myself. But the idea of like a benthic depth isn't just about like, oh, that's real deep in the ocean. It's about something that's untouchable, unexplorable, unseen, hidden, dark, crushing. So like you can talk about like the benthic depths of someone's soul, something that's been squeezed down and hidden to such a layer that it's just accumulated at the crusty bottom of their motivations. Or you can talk about like the benthic layer of society. You know, you've got all these elites, you've got the social strata of mercantiles, you've got barristers, you've got tradesmen, then you've got something that works at the very lowest level, your menials and so on and so forth. Then you have things below that, which is why I was thinking about things like rag and bone men. Yeah, these are the benthic layers of society. So far repressed, they don't dare come out during the light of day. You don't speak about them. You never think about them. They just exist and they scrape the crud off of the bottom of society. Those sorts of things.
I love that. That's really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. I like the thought process behind that. I like the abstracted thought process you put there. It's really interesting. That'll be interesting for world building. Right on. Let me see. I think that's Elise next.
I picked up more than 3 words as well. I'm trying to figure out which one I'd like to play off of your word and Soul's word.
You're nice. I just throw my word at the wall and see if it sticks.
I'm gonna go with I'm here to create more monsters, motherfuckers. I'm gonna go with the word preternatural.
Okay. See if I can spell this correctly without the underline. Spell that correctly?
Let me just take a look.
Huzzah!
Did I get it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Preternatural.
Yes.
Preternatural.
Out of the ordinary course of nature, something abnormal or exceptional. And my thought behind that was something, whether this is perhaps a creature, perhaps this is a phenomena, perhaps this is something unexplainable that it shouldn't be conceivable through nature, but it happens enough that it's a phenomena within society. So you know, this is very, very grim, dark, lots of there's like a lull in the wars going on, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there is. Well, the big war just happened, and now they're sort of like surmounting up to another one because humanity.
It's the relative calm before the colossal storm.
My thought was maybe something along the lines of like phenomena occurring, like maybe natural phenomena occurring out of where they naturally would be, like seeing northern lights in Central America, or lightning storms in the desert, indicating that there is perhaps something off with the natural order of things because of how much bloodshed and chaos has occurred.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you think that the world is like supernaturally? You're pitching the idea like the world's supernaturally changing due to like the mass death of people, is what you're.
Yeah, and destruction and exploitation.
Okay, yeah, I really like that idea. I always like supernatural military war things. I think it's always really interesting.
I think it was like literally one of our first guest prompts, wasn't it, to make like some crazy supernatural thing for their army?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I guess that's over to you, boss.
Yeah, it is, ain't it? Everyone with Olatry and Benthic and Preternatural. Here I am with Parlay. Parlay.
Isn't that a word I've used?
Yeah, I feel like
it is a word I've used. Yeah, that was one of my words from episode
there you go.
2. Yeah.
So if that's the case, I'll go with my next one.
Another one.
Logistics.
I used that one too.
Did you?
No. Go ahead.
I was about to fucking. I will eat your heart and steal your words. No. So a lot of what we've talked about in the past couple of sessions, and really the whole thing, has been individual nation states or groups. I kind of like the idea. This is a me thing that I'm going to do whether we do it today or not. About working out the logistics of this world, because one of the things that we always think about. Or we always forget about when we're thinking about war. We always think about the great battles, the giant battles, the loss of life, the incredible set pieces from movies and the epic violence. But we don't really think about what it takes to do that. And how for every one soldier fighting, you basically have 9 to 10 people behind the scenes, respectively, who got them there in one step or another. So I feel like logistics is an interesting thing for us to consider. I don't know whether we would treat that as morale or what have you, but it's a thing I'd like to throw in there, at least for our consideration in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely like that. Let me see here. I've got a lot of bones. Thank you. I take pride in my bone amount.
Skeletal count.
I have like 205 or something. Let's see.
206
So
roughly.
Logistics, you're talking about like the general sort of like infrastructure of things.
Sort of, but also the process of logistics. I feel like this is a thing that we always forget about war. Like 80% of battles are won because people just can't maintain their train of supplies. Like that's really what it comes down to: is how far can I conquer into somewhere? Well, eventually the food can't go. The food can't go any further, so you can't go any further. Or if you do go, you die.
Isn't it General Barrows was quoted as saying, "Amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics"?
Yeah, pretty much every
U.S. Marine Corps, I think.
I believe you're right. Literally every major world leader every major war leader or general who has really been viewed by history as at all successful in their campaigns has considered logistics primarily as like their first and
Hannibal.
Yeah. Sorry, Hannibal. Also, sorry. Actually, no, not sorry. Literally half of the people who assaulted into Russia. You guys really got what was coming. And the Russians who also assaulted across Russia. Damn. But historically speaking, yeah, no, that's a huge consideration. And moving armies, your ability to feed your men, quote, or feed your people, move your people.
Equip, arm, and maintain.
Yes. And if you can't, It doesn't matter how willing your soldiers are. They can't fight. It is not possible. Armies have disbanded for lack of food and supplies.
Not unless you don't give them a choice. Enter the
Even
Red
then-
Army.
I'd rather
Even
not
then-
enter the Red Army. I hear you starved to death in that.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
I
you
recall,
also,
the
like,
Red Army
walk-
didn't win. The Red Army didn't win battles so much as have more men and thus lost slower than the other guy, which is a great strategy when you outnumber them 100 to 1, until you go home and have to answer to the mobs of people who realized your battle strategy was to outlast the other guys by losing slower than
Are
they
you
did.
telling me that linking arm in arm to like walk through a minefield to make sure that the mines get cleared out isn't a good idea?
I feel the silence did that perfectly fine.
Oh man, the Red Army.
If the
is
Imperial
brutal.
Guard would have come up with your battle strategy in 40k, it is a bad battle strategy. Just putting that out there. So I think logistics is a key and pivotal thing for us to talk about.
No, I think so as well. I mean,
Way to put weird in there too.
there's a prime
Like-
example. There's a prime example that happened during World War II. It was a Russian soldier talking about his experience. He said, "Yeah, they sent a cow out, just like a whole ass cow. The commissar sent the cow out. He's like, okay, it's gonna go find the mines. It's gonna like just walk through the minefield and blow up a mine so we can find the path. And it exploded, and its meat went everywhere. And the Germans and the Russians alike, they were starving so badly that they were scrambling and fighting over pieces of the cow to eat.
Man, that cow would have been so toxic from the explosion, but you know, honestly, yeah, that sounds right.
If you're starving to death in the middle of like a sub 10 temperatures, it's like I don't know, like I don't think you'd be too worried about getting poisoning if you're trying to not starve. No,
Win
we
some,
have,
lose some in that case.
Yeah. But yeah, this is why it's an important topic to mention. It's pivotal to what we're doing here. And I think it's a cool thing for us to delve into.
the horrors of war. Hey,
The
have fun. Neg 2 crew, much love.
The
See.
true victors are those who have good accountants. I'll be right back. Please continue.
Shout out to Neg 2 crew.
Oh yeah,
Heck yeah.
big shout out. I always write into them. Before I get to my next word, hey folks, I really appreciate you hanging out. And if you're not already following me, please follow. It's for absolutely free. And if you can spare a few dollars for a sub or some bits and stuff like that in the chat, I'd greatly appreciate it. Like I said, not required. I appreciate your participation in the chat and your viewership as a whole. But thank you very much.
If I can jump on there, not to steal your thunder there. If you've got an Amazon Prime account and you didn't realize this, you can actually sub to one person on Twitch. It doesn't cost you anything using your Prime account, but it pays the person you're subbing to the same as any other subscription. So if you've got an Amazon Prime, use your Prime sub to sub to the people that you're chatting with right now. Costs you nothing, gives them a little bit of money. Super cool. Go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Zil.
A lot of people don't know about the Prime subs. They're important. They carry so much weight.
I do. I have a good handful of Prime subs. But I appreciate anything I can get. Thank you for following me. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate that.
Hey, sick.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to work. Last time I was tuned into one of your streams for some reason, it finally did.
I appreciate
Sometimes
it.
it can be a pain.
So my second word is okay. This one's gonna sound a little scummy after what I just pitched, but it's blackmail. So
Okay.
we're talking about war and all that kind of stuff and blah blah blah. But how about more like the pseudo politicking side of things? The whole idea of just like wars don't even have to start if conflicts don't ever begin because of the threat of blackmailing. It's happened hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of times throughout human history. The whole idea of just like you do this, everybody's gonna know about this thing that you did. It's just like okay, and so it never happens. It's just like the whole idea of that. It's kind of mutually assured destruction in that regard. But blackmail is more of like a social death more than it is like a actual literal death. So the way I was thinking about it is like you have two nations that are just like head to head, butting heads with each other nonstop, and both of the leaders have intelligence on either side. And the whole idea is just like, okay, we can release this information to your general public about what you did in this conflict. And it's like, oh, okay, we can release the general information about what you did to the people and how you fucked them over. It's like, okay, I guess we're stuck. and we're just gonna hate each other constantly and have like small skirmishes and stuff like that. But we can never have a full out war because one of us will release the other's information, and then there'll be a actual. I think the idea there is like they both realize that if they were to do that, that they would both lose their power. So it's just like and dangerous stuff. The enemy and the ally, quote unquote, vice versa, would unite to overthrow both of them, and they become one giant kingdom. That's happened in history. I mean, look at the Germanic states. Like the whole idea of just like all these individual states, and if you unite them under one power, they're incredibly dangerous. And they were. So
good old HRC.
Mm-hmm. But you know, that was my thought process on blackmail. Not just the blackmail, just like I got your I have your home address. It's like no, it's like you have
I know what you did last summer.
Yeah,
on the campaign.
Sort of like that, yeah. But yeah, that was my pitch for blackmail. I believe that's Soul's second word now.
Yeah, didn't have this word in my list, but we're going to throw it out there because I like it. Syncretism.
Syncretism.
Mm-hmm.
Syncretism. Did I spell that right?
No.
Okay. It'll autocorrect me. It's okay. Oh, with an E. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So syncretism is the process whereby religions come together, synthesize, and like meld and combine. So a lot of people don't like talking about it. It's really uncomfortable because it deals with like a lot of cultural issues about like the process of syncretism generally isn't a gentle one. A lot of times you'll have like colonial powers coming in and they'll bring their missionaries, etc., and they'll have their own religions. And then those missionary projects will syncretize with local religions. To put one into a safer spot that I think we can all laugh about, Christmas is a syncretism, a very big syncretism. It's the Saturnalia, it's Yule, it's like 16 different other celebrations that have just been kind of slammed together into one religious, I don't even want to call it a ritual at this point. it's a passing glance towards symbology. But syncretism is something you'd see also a lot in conflicts. So two forces are interacting. A lot of times religion drives those wars. And let's be honest, war doesn't solve that conflict. It just brings these two cultures into contact in a deeper fashion. And then the survivors are left to pick up the pieces. So crusades.
Yeah.
You'd have people coming in from one faith, invading the territory of an older faith over and over again. And those territories would change hands, which would cause the predominant state-approved religion to change. Well, I mean, topically it changes, but the principles of faith remain the same underneath. What people believe stays the same, but how they express it might change. But then their children learn that, and then their children learn a derivative of that. So syncretism via war is pretty common. And syncretism can also expand outside of things like religion. It's just generally considered to be like religious. It's the term for religious assimilation across two separate belief systems. But you can also generalize it a little bit more to look at things like how cultures assimilate and combine. So I also like to tie this into benthic in a little bit of a way. So like I said, this wasn't a planned word, but we're bringing it in, but I can see a connection here anyways. Your benthic religious depths are the bedrock upon which your faith relies. Like the trappings and the details might change. You may shift around exactly how you express that benthic belief. And that involves a process of syncretism. But at the end of the day, who and what you believe in generally remains the same, especially in cases where you've been forced to express it in different ways.
Absolutely, yeah. I really like your thought process there. I have like 2 or 3 talking points just like based upon what you were saying. The whole idea of just syncretism. The first thing that came to mind was during World War I, since this is like a sort of pseudo World War I-esque setting, was that the Ottomans were using fully automatic machine guns and like Gatling type machined weapons.
Right.
And they would have 2 separate types of bullets. They would have the regular round bullets, and then they would use the square bullets. The square bullets were for the non-believers, and they would not shoot those at Christians. They would shoot those at people like the Jewish, Muslims. Yeah, the square bullets were for people that didn't believe in the one true God, the Christian God. And the round bullets were for all the good Christians that did believe in it because they didn't want them to suffer. Now, square bullets, you might be asking, why are those different? They're sharp, and they tumble, and they rip your insides apart. The whole idea of like this deep-seated hatred to the extent that you'd literally change ammunition depending on who you're shooting at. That's like that's obviously like the antithesis of syncretism, but that was my thought process of just like, wow, these guys are fighting other Christians, and they realize that to the point where they're going to use the round bullets, which are known to do less damage. Like that's what that reminds me of. It's just like, even if you're killing your opponent, even if you have a modicum of respect for them, they do that. It's like,
well, I think it does tie into syncretism, actually, in a way. So your beliefs about who is appropriate to kill and who isn't appropriate to kill and how to kill them is based on, a lot of times, your religious prescriptions. Like, there are certain things we consider, in this case, I'm being a little bit more generalized and religious, maybe your dogmatic prescriptions, we'll say.
Sure.
And your approach towards combat are based upon your faith beliefs and the faith beliefs of the people that you are against. So you can't do that sort of thing without some syncretism being present, because syncretism starts with knowledge. It has to start with knowledge. So you have to become aware of someone else's culture and beliefs and faith-based principles before you can adapt and adjust yours to merge with, mesh with, or incorporate that. So making a change combat-wise to cause other people harm who are in an antithesis of your belief system, that kind of starts you weirdly on the path of syncretism, because you have to be able to identify the differences. And once you start identifying differences, the next step is identifying similarities.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a really good view on it. I was also going to talk about I don't want to get too deep into this, but you brought up Christmas as like a big syncretism, and boy, oh boy, the Tudors of England, they celebrated Christmas, and they were the reason for the 12 days of Christmas. So they would celebrate for 12 days of the year, and very, very similar to a lot of the pagan practices from Northern Europe that were sort of brought down. Oh yeah, like it's just pretty much all the same. And the most bizarre thing I can think of, without getting too like nerdy and in depth in the historic sides of things, but the most bizarre thing I could think of is when they would actually like allow the citizenship to like switch, or the peasantry to switch positions with the clergy and with their lords. It's so there was a day
that's been such an old practice, though.
Oh, I know, but we don't see it anymore at all. Like, it just
that's kind of weird that did disappear, because I mean it goes back all the way to Greece.
Yeah, it goes back to ancient. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, we'll call them the Fool King, and they'll rule over us for a day, and they make silly decrees like, the Lord will sleep outside tonight with the cows, stuff like that. But like, people, there's such a rigid structure, but it wasn't so rigid as to be like understanding of the plight of like peasants, to the extent of just like, okay, I'm gonna humor myself, or I'm gonna like pay myself some humility. But we don't see that anymore in the world, like not at all. It's just like the whole idea of just like lowering oneself, even for like a short amount of time, is just like, oh, I'm too good to ever do something like that. I don't know why that came and went in the last 100, 200 years, but that was I'm tying that to syncretism in the way that the clergy would do that sort of thing. The clergy would be like, okay, yeah, we're going to take this choir boy, and they're going to be the head of the church for the day, and they're going to order people around, and they're going to lock the priests and the nuns outside. Like, it was a really fun. This was during the 12 days of Christmas. It was a really fun and well-known celebration, and everybody across Western Europe celebrated it. Even parts of Central and Eastern Europe celebrated the 12 days of Christmas because of like the Tudors. But I just can't help but wonder where all that whole idea of just like having a sense of fucking humility went. You know what I mean? It's just everybody takes themselves too seriously, I think. But that's more of a philosophical discussion than it is a writer's block discussion. But
well, that's fair. Well, I think these sort of conversations are important because they give us context and a way to sort of approach the various words we have. Every word we understand better is a word we can explore better.
Absolutely. Yeah, syncretism.
You said that's a better word that we can exploit. I agree.
Exploit word. Let's see here. Okay, so great word, still. Yeah, that just made me think of a bunch of different stuff. So, all right, Elise, your second word.
I am really glad that y'all brought up all of that about, religion and belief systems and, you know, personal convictions based off of those ideologies, because I think I have a really good follow-up word for that. Um, with a premise that can play into that. My follow-up word is opalescent. And my thinking behind this word is opalescent refers to a quality of a valuable, finite, and rare resource, similar to something like coal or oil, that either is currently in use or will be exploding in use in the upcoming age, to give a little bit of reason behind why some of these wars and conflicts have been happening.
So opalescence as in like the different.
No, opalescent is like a quality of this resource.
I like it.
Interesting.
It's the same way I suppose like oil is iridescent.
Yeah.
Opalescent is a quality of this thing. It could be solid, it could be liquid.
So there's a resource that's being coveted.
Yes, similar to like oil or coal.
Oh, so it's a useful resource. It's not like it's not a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a
luxury good.
Yeah, superficial. That would be the like gold, you know.
No, it can be pretty to look at, because objectively, oil, I think, with all the like rainbow colors in it, it's nice to look at. But like I said, it's finite, it's rare, and it's only located in certain parts of the world.
Okay. I need to turn people up, you said?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I was just looking at that too.
I know that I'm pretty far from my mic, so I can be pretty quiet. And as a he, they, he, them, I'm like, it could be me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
doobie doobie doo.
I was gonna say, you guys are like capping out at -8, so that's pretty loud.
That's weird.
-8 is like the average, so
yeah, that's strange. Maybe it's just to turn up the input, I guess.
We can wait for Alec to ping back. Just
Elise.
Just Elise.
Just gotcha.
Say something again, Elise.
Hello.
Like one more time.
Hi.
Huh? You're not like. Why are you not showing up? You're showing up on the wrong thing. That's bizarre.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Oh, shit.
A moment, please.
Yeah, just a second. Still kind of quiet from everyone else. Turn up Twitch, because I got everybody else at like really high decibels and without blowing your eardrums out. I almost have them at max. Why is Elise's not coming through properly? That's obnoxious.
Huh? I don't know.
I don't know. I promise I'm talking regular volume.
Yeah, I do actually hear what you're talking about.
I just popped into the unmuted Twitch, and it is a little bit quiet, but not terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Let me turn everything up real quick.
It might be a Twitch thing from what Fen says, but I mean, crank us.
Yeah, basically. Twitch does occasionally decide to screw with our audio in new and innovative ways, and it's very hard to determine how much is us and how much is Twitch just for some reason throttling audio output.
Elise, are you on the right link? You're not coming through the link. That's why I'm asking.
Weird.
Let me try again. Say something now.
Hello.
Okay. For some reason, you just weren't. I just had to refresh it.
I promise you, I clicked
That's-
on the link that you posted today.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just an issue of video needing a refresh.
That's fair.
That's fine.
I mean, for what you get out of video, some little.
Yeah,
it's fine. Yeah,
every stream
little
has
quirks.
tech issues. Yeah. As far as like opalescence, visually speaking, it's kind of like the opposite twin of iridescence. Iridescence usually is a sequence of rainbow-like refraction over a dark color, whereas opalescence is a rainbow-like refraction over a white basis. So, like a milky opalescence is an example.
Which is almost redundant.
It is, but it's like it kind of is. Milky opalescence also, like, it's a refraction of light. Usually there's an implication of like a rainbow-like refraction, but even if it's just like almost a pearlescent can often be used to describe a similar effect if there's less of a refractive quality to it.
I think if I can jump in here, I think like opalescent, iridescent,
yeah,
and then you also get like pearlescent, but then you also get nacreous, which is the luster of mother of pearl.
Ah, yes.
Like that shadow in cream kind of color.
Yeah.
I don't know. All these are really great.
They are, and they're really, like, there's a reason why people have sought out these gemstones for so long. And honestly, like, there's a lot of opalescent materials all over the place. It's one of the reasons why, even to this day, a lot of people will seek out even like base quartzes because they're pretty, and the right kind will refract a lot of light in very fun, pretty ways. So it is a really cool way, I think, iridescence and opalescence in this case, to like denote something cool, right? Like Phyrexian oil. It could have been anything. But they chose oil because there's like a sheen and a texture to it that has like a very specific. It indicates your eyes to it immediately, and I like that. That's a great idea for a material we're fighting over.
Big glistening oil fan.
Glistening oil.
I was thinking.
That's my name in
I was thinking that this particular resource, what do we want to call it?
Well, we can get to it later for a name.
Yeah, we can.
Well, okay. Well, resource might have been the starting factor in what drove this world through the Industrial Revolution to be able to wage war on this level. Perhaps they discovered it in different states, solid, liquid, semi-solid, like to be able to use it for different applications and to different magnitudes, I suppose.
That does sort of match up with the idea that we had at the very beginning of the of this whole setting, of like each different faction, because players are playing a person in charge of a faction usually, or a group of people. They often will have what are called weirds, which are exactly what they sound like: non-natural or strange things that occur for their particular faction. So for like the little faction I've been working on the side, they're all alchemists, like all of them. So for them, they go to war, and it's a bunch of guys wearing thick lab coats padded with leather and little metal pans with the gas masks, throwing chemical cocktails like maniacs. Whereas another one is like managed to enthrall great beasts. And so there's always like, there's a little weird in every army. Someone brought some near supernatural edge to a battle. And even some that don't have it, there's an answer to them. And so this could be a very like easy, like, hey, do you need weird? Here's an example of a solid choice to like begin building the weird for your faction. This opalescent power source you can fight over. It feels like it's a great, what's the word, MacGuffin? Or like an unobtainium that you could use.
Yeah.
Just be like, other people can look at it and just use it for different things. I'm thinking necrogen or glistening oil again. Like everybody uses that shit differently in the Phyrexians, but they all use oil. Someone somewhere is using oil. They all just do it.
Materia.
All I can imagine is just like that fucking picture you see of like Bush. It's just like, sir, we found oil on New Phyrexia.
Sounds like they
God.
need freedom.
Operation
Only
Mirren Freedom. Oh God. But yeah, no, that's I think that's a really cool idea though. And it would be a great source of power or a great like way to flavor that kind of weird for multiple factions, I think. Even
Speaking of
beyond, like,
flavor,
anyone.
does it taste good?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
I feel like that's the supernatural equivalent of Tide Pods we're getting towards. And I'm not sure it's a good
Yeah.
idea.
Hey, we don't bring that up. I got suspended last time I talked about that.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm so sorry.
Go eat your goddamn kimchi, Red.
That was so fucking funny.
I fucking hate it. That was bullshit.
That's so funny.
So for those of you that don't know, I was briefly suspended on Twitter because I told Red to go to eat his goddamn Tide Pods.
I was laughing so hard.
We were like 3 deep on banter too, so it was an obvious banter thread. But just like telling Red to eat his Tide Pods because he's one of the fucking Zoomers. He just like Twitter shut me down for a full day. I'm like, well, okay. So then I come back and I'm like, okay, eat your fucking kimchi. So that's the code word now.
When you fucking all I can imagine is like eat your Tide Pods. Like I have like a cereal bowl full of Tide Pods and
Right.
like detergent, just like you know like for the milk. It's like I was laughing so fucking hard, and then you told me like, yeah, I just got suspended, and it made me laugh even harder because I knew exactly.
It damn well should.
It was
Like
so,
it's just the absurdity of getting suspended for that. Of all the shit that I say online,
That's some
which is
Brendan
great considering I tell
Mulligan, like,
it's fucking
high
eat dicks and
CEO
die.
level shit right there, and I love it so much.
Oh my
that
god,
had to have been auto moderated.
it was auto modded because it was so fast. It was like within minutes. Because like we were bantering, and then I tried to give like a response. It's like, no, fuck you, mate. I'm like, all right.
That's amazing. Well,
Good times. Good times.
Good times, great friends. So Opalescent was Elise's. So we're talking about a resource here. Okay, we can come back to that because we don't have a name for it. I'm sure we'll come up with a name for it along the way. But I like what you're thinking here. Resource wars is something I kind of wanted to kind of ease up on, but it's human. You know, like we're always fighting over resources, no matter what fucking era you're looking at. In human history, we're always fighting for some sort of resource, be it superficial, be it like an actual necessity like iron, or hell, resources as in food. You know, like could have like
faith, discipline.
Yeah, sure, why not? Absolutely. It just I mean, and that also brings up the idea of different sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? The anathema for like different groups of people. Just like is scorched earth policy, is that too fucked up? Are we gonna do that? Just like, you know, that sort of thing. My army's gonna do that. But I don't my army's a bunch of mercenaries. My army is going to be literally a bunch of like French mercenaries. Like that.
I can't judge you, man. My guys are literally throwing chemicals at people. I mean, like, who am I to judge you?
Are Elise and I responsible for the army that uses the crepuscular like custodian people?
Kind of, yeah.
Think so,
fuck.
yeah.
J'aime les mercenaires.
What was the other thing that we developed that time? The coastal like
The Bacchanal ports.
The
Bacchanal parts, yeah.
Those
and the Bacchanal parts are protected by these mercenaries that I'm going to make into an entire faction.
Sick.
So, yeah. Because I love land snacks and like
the fashion.
Dude, like I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, but I love like flamboyant costumage.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's like because I know flamboyant's like a. I don't think it is. I'm using it in a positive
it's not
way.
at all.
I like big, bright, frilly clothing. I think it looks fucking awesome.
Bright colors, and I cannot lie.
And honestly, like
when
historically speaking,
with that frillerette, never mind.
And historically speaking, nothing announces how absolutely confident you are in your ability to take to the field and whoop ass like wearing bright ass colors when you go to it.
What's it? Apatism?
Yeah, that's the word. That's
sick.
For like,
Got it on
yeah, you nailed it. Where it's like basically it's threat display But
bright colors
this
don't fuck
instance-
with me.
Pretty much, yeah. Nature does it, and it turns out historically humans did too. That's why some of the most famous
Shockingly, we're part of
mercenaries out of
nature.
fucking Germany were bright ass red blue leotards with puffy fucking shoulders.
And polka
Because
dots.
yeah, and you know what? Because those guys with
Checkers
the
and
3
stuff.
foot long feather plume on their head, they will fuck your regiment up, and everyone knew it. So they're like, "Oh God, those dandy looking chaps are going to absolutely wreck us. Go
There's a
anywhere
feather.
else."
There's a feather in my hat for every battle I've won, and there's like 12.
I mean, yeah, it's called
Yeah, you have like
macaroni,
5.
bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Macaroni. Wow, yeah, that could be a word all its own. To be quite fair,
Macaroni? Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
good
I'm
stuff.
not going to use it. I got other words.
The British are interesting group of people.
Are they
I'll say
coming?
that much.
Nothing.
I got it. I got that, Saul. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess that's over to Omni.
Yep, I'm back. Guess who's back with a brand new rap? And I go with Entropy.
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 Yes, I actually looked through the entire
Yes.
document because I was sure we had used it. We have not used entropy or
That would
entropy.
definitely be a word that Derek would have came up with.
Absolutely.
Just the general indifference of the universe.
So I like the idea of entropy in terms of the. So we always think about, like, yeah, the indifferent universe, yada, 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 the ultimate burning out of everything, which science is still 50-50 on that. Like 60-40 now, but let's be real. We're not going to probably know actually how that shit's going to boil down until it fucking happens, because science is always a surprise. But
science.
in terms of entropy, I like the effect of it. So when I'm saying the word entropy, what I'm really meaning is entropic effects. So we were talking about the idea here of a pearlescent resource of some kind. I like the idea that it is useful, but it is dangerous. So in terms of, like, historically speaking, fuels, we have almost never made a fuel or a source of fuel that is not dangerous in some way, shape, or form. Even coal. Ask anyone who's ever been anywhere near a coal mine how explosive that shit gets. Like, it is... there's no fuel, there's no resource we've ever needed to help drive a war machine besides food that isn't considered toxic, dangerous, or in this case, I like the idea of entropic as in, like, it breaks down structures on
Like
contact.
uranium.
Sort of, yes. I'm gonna steer away personally from actual radiation, but like the same effect of, like, this in contact with something out of a system can be dangerous. And it's probably how they discovered it was during a catastrophe and then went for it.
Yeah, just like how they weaponized chimneys after the fire of London.
I didn't know that. I'm going to look that up now.
I just completely bullshit. You go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Red, stop gaslighting me. I'm 34 years old and the world is chaotic enough.
Yeah, they started shooting chimneys at the French.
The world is a gaslight.
But yeah,
When
no,
I'm in
I
it,
like
yeah.
the idea of, like, an entropic substance of some kind. I think that would be a good idea to include in this, because if it's a resource, it's a thing I don't like about a lot of MacGuffins in science fiction and fantasy, is that they are usually, it's 50-50 between they're pure poison or this MacGuffin solves everything. Like, literally everything. Like the way that fucking, what is it again? Flash Gordon used atomic energy in everything. Atomic ray guns, atomic rockets, atomic jetpacks. Meanwhile, in reality, that's just cancer waiting to happen to everyone, everywhere, all the time. And so, like, you don't get something for free. And I feel like introducing a price for this resource, a price that's dear but payable, will make it even more interesting.
So you're tying this in with the resource that Elise was pitching.
Kind of, yeah. Like, the image I'm getting is, like, very much a whale oil kind of thing. I don't know why I'm sticking with oil in my head, because I got this stupid Phyrexian vibe, and I'm like,
I'm
honestly.
thinking of oil too, honestly.
Whale,
Yeah.
whale.
And, like, my thought is, if we're going with, like, a whale oil kind of dealy, then what if it is poisonous or toxic when it's not refined, or dangerous, just straight up corrosive? And that could be an interesting idea.
And it's used as a weapon all by itself. or
Whale oil? What is this,
intriguing.
hilarious? Yeah, or it could be that
Dishonor.
other. I was about to make the Dishonor reference, yeah. But yeah, same idea, right? Like, whatever it is, in an unrefined state, it's dangerous. In a refined state, it's maybe a little bit more stable, but still, you know, there's a value to it. But it's not like you're going to add it to your Powerade because make it into a health potion or something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But it has what plants crave.
it has electrolytes. I love you, Soul. Thank you.
You have to pay for that. I'm sorry.
I'll get back to you when I get my paycheck. Anyhow.
Heyo.
But that's my word right there, entropy. So.
Good
Sky.
word. I like that word.
Sky just said the fractions have invaded Valerius, and all I can imagine like the fucking Lego. The fractions have invaded Lego City. Just like the fucking.
Oh god, that'd be actually kind of a cool Lego set. I'd almost want to see.
Yeah, they're just.
Yeah, the fucking Geiger Legos eating each other and doing horrible, unspeakable things.
God, I feel like that's just someone taking Bionicle toys and putting them in a normal set.
Don't you even fucking start.
Dude, I love Bionicle, for the record.
Okay, cool.
Like, I was a man. I have like all 6 Bo-Rock and then 3 of
I'm
the
not gonna
Bo-Rock
lie,
guys,
I
so
was
get
really
shit.
tempted. I wanted those things so bad when I was a kid, not because like I wanted them, but because everybody else had them and I wanted to be cool. So I almost like shoplifted one from a Target once. I was just like, I want this so bad.
I get you, man. No, the aesthetic was on point. I can very safely say, like, out of all the stuff Lego's ever made, Bionicle aesthetic and a biomechanical spiel that's nearly Geiger-esque but very slick, they knocked it out of the park. It makes me very sad that it's not a thing
100%.
anymore.
Oh god, that pissed me off.
I know.
I think it's a bit of the time, but I still like them.
It
But
is.
my last word is occupation.
Ooh.
I'm not
Okay.
talking like job or career. I'm talking like military occupation. So
MOS?
Yeah. So anonymous quagga. Interesting. That's an animal. I don't remember what a quagga looks like. So occupation obviously is the word used to describe military occupation. So the whole idea of like inhabiting another place. And I was thinking, because we're talking about this resource thing, and I'm also thinking benthic here. Who are these poor motherfuckers that are being exploited in order to get resources? And why did they become benthic in the first place? I'm thinking it's because occupation sort of made them that way. They're like lesser than less.
Okay.
They're just like nothing. And hell, maybe these benthic people, maybe they have some sort of strange trait about them that they're being used for. I don't want to go like too fantastical with it, but like hell, these benthic people could be being used to gather this resource, which it'll inherently kill them, but they're plebs, so who cares if they die or not?
I mean, you know, history bears that out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there's an entire, I mean, there are names of places in cities that like are especially used just to like describe really crappy parts of the city. Like, when do you ever think of a Warren and you think it's like, oh, that's a great place to be? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the Warrens. It's like a densely populated district that's just like probably poor and probably falling apart because nobody cares about it. So
I like that. That does sort of tie into our whole, like, we had a little conversation before stream about odiferous occupations, and that is a great way to make a social strata. Having a job that's absolutely pivotal, and then make it utterly disgusting or make it something you just don't want to deal with.
Hold on. I just had an idea.
Mm-hmm.
What if this job that we keep like referencing, like the Rag and Bone Man and all this kind of stuff, what if it's collecting this resource?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that these the people that like are occupying this are forcing these people to collect the resource.
Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood you. I'm glad we came to the same conclusion anyway.
I like the idea that it could even be something that they're willingly doing themselves. Societies do this to themselves all the time, where they'll be like, some of you will die for the glory of ourselves. Like, if this...
That's where autology comes into play.
I could get into arguments with you there.
That is fair. But I guess where I'm getting at is it depends if this is a thing where it is a matter of colonizers oppressing a group of people in a location, or it could be a structural injustice inherent in a civilization that's regionalized.
It's not that I want to avoid the colonization themes because blah. It's because number one, they're hard to do correctly and you do give them justice, and number two, it's just sort of like I'm okay with. I'm thinking that most of these nations were like we're talking about like a World War I-esque battle. It's like they're all in kind of the same continent, so it's less colonization, more so I'm stepping over your country's borders and I'm taking your shit. So it's just more like it's a war rather than what colonization often ends up being, which is just a massacre. So I'm thinking that there's two countries in this greater continent. Hell, we could literally just say we have a Pangea in this world. That's not something we've discussed, but that could be something rather than just being like, I'm going to go to this person's nation and I'm going to take all their shit and kill other people, blah, blah, blah. Those themes are kind of heavy. I don't mind touching on them and showing the evils of them, but I don't want to glorify them either. I don't want to go down the Warhammer route where it's just like, oh yeah, these bad factions, it's like they're actually just kind of morally neutral. It's like, no, they're shit. They're horrible and they're evil. Let's be completely transparent on that. But
that's fair.
The occupation idea I had is one group lost the war, or maybe they didn't even lose the war. Maybe they didn't participate, and this nearby neighboring country was just sort of like, okay, they have this resource here, and there's no greater kingdom to sort of like protect them, so we're going to march in and take all their shit and just bully the fucking hell out of them because they don't want to fight. They could be a pacifistic nation that doesn't want to fight, and they literally just emphasize the idea of idolatry, self-worship. It's just like, I'm not going to put my body in harm's way because that's just stupid. We are meant to live for an incredibly long amount of time, and we're supposed to spend this time doing things to improve the self. Fighting and killing does nothing but bring harm to the self. So I like the idea of like super imperialist, nationalistic, fucked up nation stepping on a nation that's just peaceful and kind, no matter what.
Interesting.
But like, I'm not saying that this peaceful and kind nation is always peaceful and kind. I'm saying that, and that could lead to some things that just like, oh yeah, never defend yourself, even if you're being beaten, because you'll become a martyr. It's like, it's just like, you got to fight for survival sometimes. Yeah. I feel like extremes in this world are very much something that we lean into. Not so much like trope extremes, but like extremes of just like that this world is messed up. This world is looking for definites, and the extreme is something that a lot of people cling on to after horrible events. I mean, look at the rise of Germany after World War I. They picked the most extreme possible thing they could do and clung to it. So why wouldn't people in this world do the same thing? Pacifists. Yeah, a lot of them went off and fought in war, but some of them came home and, they were serving the greater kingdom. Some of them came home and they're brutally wounded. They were missing arms. I don't know if you've ever seen those pictures of graphic stuff. Don't look it up. I can't recommend it. But like World War I veterans missing parts of their face and stuff like that. They're like, oh, they saw this and they're like, that's just absolutely awful. And we don't ever want to have that happen to our people again. So we're going to make a mandate to where violence is a crime punishable by death. A little bit ironic, but it's just like it emphasizes the point. It's just like violence is not to happen. Like physical altercations cannot happen. Social altercations can happen, but never physically pick up a weapon and fight somebody. And I like that extreme because I feel like that's something that's not really touched on a lot in like war heavy settings, because it's just like, oh, they would be wiped out. It's like, would they though? If they just sort of like keep to themselves, stay hidden, and then I think the whole idea of like somebody coming in to destroy them would cause some relative morality changes, and I think that would be interesting. Sorry, I went on a really long tangent, but I think you understand.
It's an important one, I think. I know it's a thing we mentioned before, which I'm not going to lie, Red. It's part of why I teed you up there with I mentioned the big C word there, and I wanted to see like how we needed to probably address that with this. So thank you.
Yeah, I want to, if this setting ever does approach the whole idea of colonization, I want to show what colonization actually did, because this is a bit controversial, but I won't get too deep into it. Critical Role kind of did in their most recent thing, like this colonizer kind of vibe. And it's like, you going to show the evils of that? No, they didn't. They just like, oh yeah, we went to this nation and now we're discovering all their people and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, that is not how colonization ever works. It's usually people come in. These people are savages. We need to teach them things. And if they don't agree, we kill them. It's just like, that's what happens almost 100% of the time. That is everything that's happened. And if they don't die from people literally shooting and stabbing these native people to death, they die from a disease that was brought over like smallpox. So it's just like there's never anything good that comes out of colonization.
And if they didn't die, you get to look forward to being assimilated into the culture against your will.
Exactly. Yeah.
Violent
Exactly
syncretism.
There you there
there
we
you go. Violent syncretism. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't like glorification. I don't like romanticization of colonizing because and that's what Critical Role did. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to keep it 100. I was like, wow. So the player characters went over to this other country on like an exploration, and they're meeting all these new people, and they're also like friendly and stuff like that to them literally going in and taking their stuff. It's just like, really? That's how you want to do that? I think the best example I've seen of colonization being accurately portrayed is in Ixalan, and we're talking Magic the Gathering again. Vampire conquistadors literally being bloodsuckers to the native people. I can't think of a better fantasy comparison. It's perfect. Being blood-sucking parasites to the native people of Ixalan.
And also, like, the native people of Ixalan being merfolk, so they're...
Merfolk humans. There are humans and stuff like that.
So literally being colorful and diverse. And like all of that, and then vampire conquistador. Yeah,
it's perfect. And then the pirates.
One of my prepped words was C note, so this is appropriate.
Yeah,
I'm not using that one, but that was one of my prepped words.
Nice.
Well, it is your word now, that so.
Well, I've got a lot of really good words, and sifting through them, the one that I want to use is going to be kind of the counterbalance to a word that Omni used.
Oh,
I want to throw out there Halcyon.
Nice.
I actually don't know how to spell this.
H-A.
It's your word. Go ahead.
C-Y-O-N.
I'm just in the habit of correcting Nick. So
that's fine. It's a good habit. Someone needs to be on that one.
I know the reason.
I'm an English major, goddammit.
I know the reason why Nick knows it too. It's Urza, right? It's fucking Urza, right? It's Urza's story, right?
There is a character called Halcyon's Witness. So yeah,
there's a city called Halcyon.
So I forgot. Halcyon really talks about like an idyllic time that came before. Maybe not real. Like it has elements of nostalgia, it has elements of mystique. Like, oh, before things were golden, things were great, things were fantastic. I like the idea of like an opalescent resource being discovered and being mined and tapped, creating this incredible bloom of technology. And then now in the post-Halcyon days, in the grind of entropy, we've got literal rag and bone men picking it out of the very like crevasses of society. People that are down absolutely at the bottom rung of society, trying to dredge that golden elixir, that opalescent like syrup of innovation out of the cracks of a faltering society. That really strikes me. And you don't get really good stuff like that without contrast. So what was it that was broken? What was it that was before? How do people idealize this?
I'm getting very strong BioShock Infinite vibes from this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, literally, if you want, like, the example of, like, a Halcyon civilization that had flaws to what happened to it, just play BioShock.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Yeah.
What was it? There's a couple of others.
Yeah.
The one with the weird smiling bullshit that was kind of in a similar vein.
We Happy Few?
Yeah.
Yeah, We Happy Few.
That's got like the Halcyon vibes.
Which is absolutely ruined by 2K.
Yeah, I mean, but what are you going to do?
Yeah. They took an indie game and made it $60.
I know that Fallout often has a lot of Halcyon Day vibes too with it. Because, you know, you have the 1960s, 1950s, and
retrofuturism,
Yeah, and then everything goes to shit. So
yeah, absolutely. Everything in hell, I could go on about Fallout. Holy shit, yeah. Fallout's one of my like special interests. So
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Before I give up on my words here, I had Grove, C note, benthic, brackish, molting, basalt, gyre.
I like brackish. Brackish is a word I really enjoy. Just like that salty sort of like unclean sort of vibes. Like, oh, this
Well, the idea with a brackish environment for me really was like the reason why I had it in my list there is because you've got like groves, which are natural preserves, and you've got cenotes, which are really clear pools of water caused by a natural collapse. Benthic is the sea depths. And then flip to brackish, where you've got the mix between salt and freshwater, things that happen on the periphery. Like, I was going with like shadows and water themes. And then molting, things that happen on land with like a lot of arthropods, happens in the sea, a lot of arthropods. Basalt, like that unyielding rock caused by igneous formations. And gyre, like the rotations of the oceans, the currents, and the mixing and churning between different things. Like, that was my entire theme. But we've kind of gotten off track there.
I really like it.
I like the fact that I can throw words for any of your bullshit. So come at me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the show. Is just literally you can bring any word at all, and we'll make it work. Oh, they just never mind. You just did like the Mr. B. Like, have you seen that fucking meme going? Literally, what you just did. You just went.
Also, to counter Omni, you know about entropy. Do you know about extra P?
Extra P.
That's what happens when you drink too much water and don't urinate.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's like if you do like dandelion tea, that's also a big one.
Yeah.
You're done.
No,
we're done too.
That's because I've got extra P.
I made a mistake taking a drink.
So I'm going to assume that extra P being is the opposite of entropy, whereas system towards order as opposed towards chaos.
It's about energistic systems, but yeah, basically.
Okay, that's fair. So
if you ever play, which I do want you to play, Black Hole Era is my sci-fi quick play TTRPG. It's about a civilization that's winding towards the ends of entropy, because our universe is entropic. It's about stars getting to a point where they are now pure iron, or like we're looking at proton decay. Yeah. That type of long-term perspective. And then suddenly an entropic universe breaches into our universe and starts reigniting stars.
Ooh, I like that. That's really cool.
The problem is every civilization that has survived is now fully digital and built around black holes.
Right.
Siphoning off of Hawking radiation. So this is the eternal death of infinite lives for a future of an infinite universe. It's really I really like it, but
that's a really cool idea.
Conceit of Black Hole Era.
It definitely like plays with some really hard sci-fi topics. Honestly, that's an era of scientific study that's really difficult to breach into. Like, there's a couple topics I consider cognitohazards.
That's
definitely one.
Getting into the heat death of the universe is 1 billion% a cognitohazard. Content warning: don't look that shit up if you don't want to get freaked out.
I know,
right up there with certain basilisks.
Yeah, there you go.
I had enough existential crises in the last few years. I'll pass on that.
No, that reminds me of
please do.
Reminds me of that thing, and it's like there's this Pokemon that literally shows people like the end of the universe.
Oh, Jesus, right?
Yeah, Gothica.
And then the Pidgey looking up as
the Pidgey doing the full on like, oh god.
I have seen the death of universes.
What's the name of that fucking actor? God damn, I can never remember.
Willem Dafoe. It's the Willem Dafoe trauma face. Yes,
I love that face.
It's the accurate response to that experience.
That's all you can do.
But I love that. Thank you very much, both for that word and for that awesome thing. I definitely want to play it. I'm not going to lie. I actually saw you make it, and I wasn't sure I was going to play it because, for me, that topic's definitely like a cognito hazard. I don't like to go down too often. But that sounds like a much more interesting take on it.
The game is... like to get off topic just a little bit here.
Please go on.
Black Hole Era is based on games like Raiden, like the old school arcade game Raiden.
Yeah.
That's like a lot of the drive behind it. Is like you upgrade your ship, you get new weapons, they get knocked off you get new weapons. That's the game. It's my try to bring things back to like late 80s, early 90s arcade games, but in a TTRPG setting. But then I've grafted on top of it existential hazards. Because I'm an utter bastard.
I love playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the arcade and just
Hell
like,
yeah, dude.
would you like to read and Cognito Hazard?
Like, fantastic. Yes, let's. And then suddenly you're weeping into the joysticks. It's great. But no, like the game is super fun. I'd love to run it for you, Omni. I think I really want to run it for everyone. We were meant to do it like at the retreat. Didn't happen.
We'll do it. We'll do it this year.
Hell
We'll
yeah,
do it.
absolutely.
We'll do it soon. But it's a lot of fun, and it plays. You ever? I don't know. There's a lot of game designers and stuff here. Have you ever made something and realized that you hit the exact notes that you wanted to?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That feeling is like that was my first thing when I started doing TTRPGs was Black Hole Era. Like that's what made me do this. It's why I'm here. Like landing that on the first shot, impeccable.
There you go. And if I may be so bold, Red, go check it out right there, folks. It's super
Hey,
cool.
thanks, man.
Hey, thanks for the link. My hands and my brain aren't working correctly.
I know, man. You can only juggle so much. You're already running the stream. I can handle the chat. Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Yeah, Halcyon. The idea of a golden immaterial past that can never be returned to. I think a lot of the elements and things we're going into with this setting really play off that.
I think so too, and also the romanticization of like something that never was, like the whole like, oh yeah, it's utopian, or it's what's the other one? Atlantic, you know, like that,
Atlantean.
Atlantean, yeah. Atlantic would refer to the ocean. Atlantean, yeah.
Mid-Atlantic accent.
Yeah. Transatlantic accent.
Yep.
Anyway, Elise, could you get on to your next word, please? Your final word.
Perfect.
Okay. Mine could potentially tie into everything that we've been discussing, or it could be a standalone thing. My thought process. I guess I should give you the word before I go into that. My final word is phantasmagoria.
That is a fucking fantastic word. Holy shit.
There's no way in hell I spelled that correctly first go.
I'll give no. It's
phantasma.
No. Yeah.
Oh, I had one letter wrong. Okay,
yeah, you were really close, actually. That was really close.
For a word I've never heard before in my life.
Really never heard that one.
One of my friends was obsessed with this word. Every role-playing game they ever ran had this word in the title of it. Please, by all means, Elise, describe this word for us.
Yeah.
Phantasmagoria means having a fantastic or perhaps deceptive appearance, and usually it refers to something that originated like from a dream or something that you made in your imagination. So my thought process for this was, I was thinking that phantasmagoria could be the name or the premise for one of the weirds of one of the nations, and they function based off of like illusionary and deceptive magic-like abilities, and maybe they could use this opalescent resource to create that.
They're orcs.
What?
They're orcs. Whatever they imagine becomes reality.
Ow.
If they believe in it hard enough.
The red ones go faster. But
that's not really what I was going for. I was thinking they could maybe use this opalescent resource in a way that no one, like, maybe everyone else has been using it like gasoline or oil, but this particular nation has been like, y'all are thinking too small.
I love Phantasmagoria because it has a lot of really interesting, like, etymological incrustations on it. So, can I spin off this, Elise, or do you want to keep going?
By all means.
So, it's a gathering of phantasms, is the etymology. Mm-hmm. When you talk about phantasms, we're talking about imaginary things. So these are like dreams or imaginations is really the context it starts with. But through incrustation of language, phantasmagoria becomes something a lot more sinister. And I really like how that goes. So when you think about a gathering of figments, right? That's the idea. But then it turns into, through linguistic softening, an accumulation of ghosts. Or even, if you go that one step further, more in towards modern English, when you think about the gore suffix, we aren't thinking about agora, a clustering or a closeness. We're thinking about gore. We're thinking about a festoonment of violent ghosts is how it starts to go. And then you also get elements of consumption into it, which ties back to figmentation. Because one of the things that figments deal with is once you conjure them into being, they're consumed by the rational mind.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much cool stuff that goes on with phantasmagoria. It's one of the coolest words I've ran into pretty much ever.
I love the word.
It's so I'm actually honestly jealous that you got to use that one. That's one of the most cool words ever, because it's Greek. It involves a lot of different phobias. It involves a lot of like different figments. It gives you that maybe content warning, that helter-skelter vibe, that off-put DID, schizophrenic, where is reality sort of thing. Oh, it's such a good one. The idea of the collection, the gathering, the consumption, the receding into the past, the dissipating into the future. Damn, Lise, that's
Thank
well
you.
played. Well fucking played.
I'd never heard of this word before today, so I feel like I've
Oh, chase it. Chase the fuck out of it.
I like
it will
it 'cause
fucking consume you.
This is gonna sound really fucking boring and stupid, but let me go on for a second. I really like the idea of illusionary magic.
Mhm.
So much so that one of my favorite tribes in Magic the Gathering was not elves, vampires, or zombies. It was illusions. Mostly because I like the idea of just fucking destroying somebody's brain with something that they think that they're fighting. Like, I love that idea so much. And I want to play off this Phantasmagoria in the sense that, at least you're talking about this resource being used for some reason. I like the idea that these guys literally just walk around, have like one of them like bears some sort of what's the word I'm thinking? Like a brazier, and they literally just burn this shit, and they walk around the battlefield, and the allies they're immune to it for one reason or another, but the enemies are just seeing like different soldiers, or like they're seeing like figments of their imagination attacking them. It's like it's definitely like psychological warfare, but like in the most literal sense you could possibly think of. I like the idea of some guy just walking through the field, or just somebody, just regular person, just walking through the field with this thing, and everybody's tripping balls except for the regular guys, and you see these soldiers just swinging at nothing, and they're like screaming and panicking, but there's really nothing there.
You may want to adjust the language there just a little bit.
It is a very potent image, I will say.
Oh no, hold on. So what do you mean there? I'm
The
not trying to
problem-
offend anybody.
No. I'm trying to give you an out, because there's a difference between a brazier, and a brazier.
Is there really? I meant like a bowl that you like burn something in.
You may want to move that one more. It's not exactly accurate. Your pronunciation was more accurate, but if you want to say a brazier, you're probably not going to get in as much problems.
Brazier.
Not a brazier.
Yes, that is the.
That was underwear. Yes.
I know. I'm joking.
But that's
I know
that's a
you
problem.
know.
That's a problem I have personally gotten into. A brazier, a brassiere? No, a brazier. You mean a brazier? Yeah, fine, whatever.
I hate
English is a nightmare.
That's not English. That's Greek.
It's spelled brazier, but it's pronounced brazier.
It's brazier.
Brazier.
Or,
this guy's wearing underwear. He's literally just walking out with burning underwear.
I mean, like he's got the combat garters, like we've talked about.
Like fucking World of Warcraft armor where the bra is just on fire the whole time.
Oh god.
God, my nips are toasty.
Oh, I mean, okay. Well, unironically, now that you pitched this image, I really like. So, you guys ever seen the? I'm trying to remember the name of that.
Hold up, wait, what?
No. Hold on. No, this. So this is how my brain works. So
I'm terrified, but I'm
underwear on
interested.
fire. I like the idea of this person like wearing this like material, like literally just coating themselves on it and lighting themselves on fire, and just like walking themselves through this field. And they're literally just this eidolon. They're a burning eidolon.
Yeah, an
just,
avatar.
Yeah, they're literally an avatar of Phantasmagoria, and their whole thing is like, yeah, they might burn out and die, but if they've got it,
Eidolon's a good word too.
yeah, I like that because when I think Eidolon, I think spirit, and I think like bright, glowing spirit, like a protector and stuff like that. So this thing just walking through the field like this, and it's
You're
just
just
on
saying that
fire.
because of Pathfinder, because we've been learning so much
No,
Pathfinder.
Eidolons are a Greek thing.
Eidolons are
Are they?
they're also in 5e too.
Yes.
Are they really?
Yeah, absolutely. They're a fucking great
Mhm.
monster too.
No,
They're
when I
also
think of
CR,
Eidolon,
Yeah,
CR5,
they're
CR7, something like
really, they're CR 9 or 10.
that. Are they that bad?
Yeah,
I may have been rude to my players.
I think. When I think of Eidolon, there's Eidolons and Theros.
Almost killed Nick.
It's a
Eidolon
pretty-
once. It was fun.
It's a trope that's been revisited in multiple things too. Hell, they even have them in Warframe as an example. It's a concept that's been visited more than once. The idea of some kind of spectral entity that's tied to something.
And Eidolon's also
Physical.
the base definition is an idealized person or thing.
Yeah,
and we have idolatry, self-worship, guy walking around, not guy, but person walking around literally just buck naked except for this stuff covering them, and they're just on fire making everybody trip out. Fuck the browser.
Brazier.
Bowl of fire.
torch. There's your word.
Fuck the fire. I like the idea of this person literally just being like this. That would be the weird for this army. Like literally just be
fuck yeah,
That's what I
absolutely.
said. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Is that Phantasmagoria is a weird for a certain nation.
And now I think that I really like the word syncretism, and I like tying it back here. I think that the enemies would sometimes be like, "We're literally fighting gods right now." That is a god walking around the battlefield, just like on fire. So they're just like, "Okay, we're gonna convert faith." Like I want to worship whatever that thing is. I think that's really cool.
You gotta have faith.
Perhaps the idolatry that could tie into like quote unquote people who are chosen ones to be these avatars.
The idolatry? Yeah, it's like a rank and order type thing.
Yeah.
I think these would be the pacifistic people, because like they don't fight; they literally cause people to fight themselves.
I really like that idea. Actually,
Ooh.
It's very much okay. I know I just referenced Warframe. I'm going to reference it for another reason. There was a faction that they recently is in like last year, I think, somewhere along like last year, the year before. They had an event where there was this faction that goes by Narmer or for Narmer, and their whole thing is that this pseudo-religious cult, and they go about pacifying people. They literally put a helm on you. They call it a habit, and when you wear it, it basically just makes you very docile. And it is, out of everything in Warframe, which has largely been guns and smiting and all sorts of crazy stuff, because, space ninjas. It's weird to encounter a faction where like, no, we don't want to kill you. We just want you to stop shooting us. Here, wear this hat. And you're like, God, no, fuck, no. It's the worst thing ever. And
Stop shooting me, wear this hat. What the fuck?
Pretty much, yeah. And you're like, this... It feels really weird, because then when you're fighting things, you're going to places where you're like, wow, these are my allies. They're just wearing leech hats that don't let them think for themselves. And so I like the idea, though. That's the only way I can describe it. So like
leech hat that doesn't let people think for themselves.
That's a yurk with extra steps, I know, but still.
No, I was gonna say another hat that has something to do with politics, but it's a bit
gotcha. Sorry, I was going with Dentata.
I was gonna go with the MAGA bulk hat, but go on.
Well, yeah, but in this case, it's a mechanical device, but it's the same idea. You put it on, taking it off is traumatic, potentially dangerous, might kill you, but it fucks with your head.
Skull clamp.
I like the idea of, though, because that's a thing I think that when we introduce it into fiction is so disarming. The idea of a threat that makes something, or when it takes to the field, it doesn't fight you with sword or tooth or claw or bullet. It fights you in a way by manipulating others. Some people you might personally know. And that oftentimes is why it's so distressing. We view pacifistic movements as a triumphant thing. But on the other side of it, they can be very unnerving. If you come to a battle preparing for a fight, and it's just a line of people who refuse to fight, and then suddenly more people that you know came to fight stop, drop to their knees, do whatever it is they're going to do. Yeah, that's a power move. Like, it's one thing to wade through a crowd Sauron style, beat people up. It's another thing to wade through a crowd and have it part for them like the Red fucking Sea and have
It's like
throne.
It's like an avatar of Cain or like a Cretan, like literally just existing and just they're not even killing it. They're not actively attacking anything. They're just walking around.
Yeah, straight up. Like, it's just a matter of like my presence alone is anathema to combat.
Yeah.
Like, what a fucking tool that would be.
Yeah.
And for in a general's handbook.
Good job, Elise. That was a great word.
Damn
Thank
straight.
you. Thank you.
I've literally never heard that word before today, so that's really cool. I probably have heard it, but it didn't register with me or something. But yeah, I think that's on to our last word, very last word, which is from Omni, and then we'll cut to a break, and then we'll go.
Here I am to let you all down. No, it's
you wouldn't let us down. You wouldn't run around. You wouldn't hurt us.
Yeah. All right. Well, in this particular one, the word I have is borders, and so
like the bookstore.
Preferably not. So
okay.
the idea
More of a
that
Barnes Noble guy myself.
The idea that I had is that something that we have talked about a lot is these forces. And again, we're very World War I-esque or a pre-World War I era vibe here. So it's on the same continent. Everyone's fighting each other. There's too many nations, not enough land, and too many differences between them. And they're all itching to punch each other. And, you know, if you're angry and ready to fight and you're in a room full of people, you know, you can't just have one. It's like a potato chip. In this instance, I like the idea of borders being a thing we can use to describe, like, this is just like a little touch thing. We don't even need to go into a full detail of it. But I like the idea of, and I didn't want to write Borderlands because it's a fucking video game for it. But the idea of it, yeah, I like it. But it's when the word gets dropped, everyone immediately starts hearing dun 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 in their head. So I'm trying to avoid that. But the idea of the borders being where these conflicts primarily take place. So much like in the way in World War I we had the trench works and the different like moving fronts. In this case, we're not quite at that point yet, but they're skirmishing all over these borders. So most of the gameplay, I figure, would take place in those areas between the nations. And that's my thought on that. Taken all together, I think my words had a lot of interesting connotations, but I really like where this has gone, and it's taken it away from where my words were going, and I'm A-okay with that shit. So that's
logistics, entropy, and borders. Yeah, they're very they're good. They're good contrasting words.
Yeah. Originally, it was parlay, borders, and logistics. So
parlay.
There you go.
I already came up with that word.
Exactly. So I improvised.
Well,
meanwhile, okay. I'm off here in like C-Note land. Like, I don't fucking know, man. We're fucking
Okay, so what we're gonna do is each of us are gonna pick 2 words. I'll tell you what, we can pick our 2 words during the break, and then we can come back and just get right into the world building. So, folks, stick around. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate you very much. We're going to get right back into it, making sure everything's unmuted. Okay, cool. I think we're good. Okay, right on. I said we were going to pick 2 words. I already know what mine are going to be before anybody says anything. I'm going to take Phantasmagoria, and I'm going to take Autolatry, and those are the 2 words that I would like.
Okay, I think it's my turn now.
Yep, sure. Absolutely.
Ooh, okay. Opalescent and Entropy.
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like those 2 like almost oppositional. Almost.
I like them too. They contrast each other, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pick benthic and occupation
Nice.
I too have a benthic occupation.
because
That's
I really
not, that's
I,
not
re-
deep, Red. That's not deep.
I really like the
Which two?
concept of people scavenging for the resource.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, no, I like that idea too. And it's something that we've already pretty much talked about. So, yeah, it's definitely something we'll go into. Okay. And Omni?
I'm going to go with logistics and halcyon.
Cool. Okay. Let me get these other unselected words. Da-da. Put them aside. And obviously, what this goes without saying, if we want to use the words that are unselected, that is fine, but the underlined ones are just going to be the primary focus of world building today. So, all right, and thus is where I begin my taking of notes. So, probably going to decrease the font size so I can fit some stuff on the fucking page. It's not like chat reads my notes anyway.
They don't.
I don't blame them.
They don't care about us.
Okay, where would we like to start?
Man. I think it would be best if we frame out the interlocutions between benthic, halcyon, occupation, and opalescent. What is this resource? Because this seems to be the underpinning driving a lot of this conversation.
Well, my original proposal is that it could come in multiple states, ergo be used for multiple things.
Okay.
So,
where does it come from? Is it like a natural resource as in like a mineral resource, or is it like a natural resource like ambergris?
that's a good question. Actually, I didn't consider something like ambergris.
Crusty bottom dust is not a natural resource. That is an unnatural consequence of being a dusty mummy butt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I learned so much in that sentence.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I like the idea of maybe an A and a B.
Okay.
So some natural resources exist because of like an A primary state cause. But then we got like B primary state causes. An example would be, well, a great example while we're talking about like ambergris and things is like oil. Like oil can be rendered from a number of different sources. You can get it naturally. You can get it from like animal sources. Tallow is an oil, vegetable oils, etc. These things, beeswax. Beeswax is kind of a related, like tertiary product. But then you've also got like natural oils, like tar oil, those sort of things. Propane, all those naturally derived, like deep geological oils.
Propane and propane accessories.
Propane and propane accessories, if you're into that.
Sorry. The hell I'm not.
Sorry, I had to carry on.
I watched Omni nearly do a spit take. It's fine.
Yeah, that's good.
Figured it more to be a swallower, but that's fine.
We swallow here on Writer's Block.
God damn, soul.
We swallow here on Writer's Block. Confirmed. Wow. Okay, let's go.
Doing right then.
So, like, coal and charcoal are related subjects. You know, you can get coal from natural sources. God, I used to know the name for that technically. And then you can also make charcoal from natural sources by kilning it. So I want to say like this opalescent source maybe originally was, I don't know. You can make it you can make an argument for mined or derived either way. What does it do? Where does it come from? What does it fuel? Is kind of the questions I'm going to ask.
I feel like it's also possible that it can be readily reclaimed. We mentioned the idea of like night soil as an example, as a thing, and you know those sort of odoriferous professions. Those exist to reclaim a resource that exists already. That is the consequence of another thing. So you know, in terms of night soil, you're literally just pulling that out of the trenches of a city because people got to go to the bathroom. But it also works well in a field. Likewise, you can use, you know, liquids for like tannic acid or solvents. And so what if this is a lot like the way we treat petroleum products, where there's the initial refinement process, which varies wildly, like we mentioned, like, you know, beyond the whole obvious, you know, bubbling crude kind of deal. There's also shale oil. There's 1,000 other ways of processing this. But then afterward, those products can be reutilized in a second phase, even possibly reclaimed to be reused completely. So maybe it has a half-life after it's been used, and it can be reclaimed either from... Because we talked about the idea of like people being able to use an element of this opalescent stuff, at least in combat anyway, as I recall, that you can use it, and whether it be like coat yourself in it or like ignite it while it's on you and while you're walking about, like it has an effect on the battlefield. It's part of their combat weird.
Yeah.
So what if it's also something that can be rendered from the bodies of the slain who were exposed to it?
Ooh, that's grim.
Very grim. I like it. Creepy.
I'm trying to think like something that would fit in this setting. So that would give us a double-edged sword of it.
Or like people who've been exposed to it.
Yeah.
As well, so...
It could also just be something that's reclaimed also from the ground as well. I could very well see this being the sort of thing that, like, you know, you could... Oh, what's the word for it? Where you like pull up dirt, you like panning for oil, like panning for gold. Yeah, like sifting it or panning it. Where you can just be like, oh yes, this person walked past here, and they can just sort of like pan or sift the chemical back out and then reclaim it because it's so valuable. Because if it's a benthic material like you suggested, acquiring it is not easy. So using it as much as you can before it's completely spent would be pivotal, right?
Absolutely. Now you're making me think like really hard.
So, word that I want to throw out here. The way that you explained that, with like it being almost contagious. It's something that you can place upon yourself and then go walking almost Promethean. And then as you die, it can be rendered from your body. It gives me this idea of like almost like a callback to a primordial or idealized halcyon individual.
Okay.
And I got a lot of words running around in my head, and I know this isn't on the schedule, but like a vital essence, part of your legacy, which I know pops with Omni. But the idea of like
I don't own the word, but I do love whenever it pops up. Yes.
The idea of like a Vitruvian essence, which gives a lot of really cool context.
I always learn so many words whenever you come on the show.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, I'm not. That's not. That's not something that prompts an apology.
It can feel diminishing. It's something I've had to apologize before. Vitruvian.
21 years old. I don't know that many words.
So the idea of like Vitruvius.
Maybe like the Vitruvian man, like.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's based off of like an architect who is named Vitruvius. But like the idea of it being a legacy or a familial or like a common place. This is your dude. The dudest of dudes. But also being like a familial.
Prime dude.
Yeah, prime dude.
Prime dude.
Or There's a word for it. I'll remember it later. Archetypal, almost. But maybe it isn't the substance. Maybe it's something that living substances can carry and transmit. Or things that are derived from living substances. Maybe this is like going back to our, Elise and I's, initial idea that we had a couple episodes ago, where there were these crypt-keeping creatures that rendered down bodies. Maybe the vital life essence in this setting is something that can be distilled and transferred. Maybe the deaths of multiple animals create something like oil, but it isn't oil like we think about it, because it's a contagious essence that carries the fuel of magic upon it. And in halcyon days, these things were more available, but those were expended. When things die, they transfer that essence to other things. Yes, you can ferment it, drink it. Jay's over here acting fool. Maybe this is something that existed that was transmissible, and as it has been economized, maybe as entropy has worked upon it, it's been distilled down and reduced and made into something that's more nacreous, tying us back to opalescent. Maybe it isn't like an oil. Maybe it's an essence, if that makes sense. Something that can be a solid, a crystal with smoky colors slowly churning within it, a thin oil that can be distilled from trees that have been exposed to it. Maybe it's something where a body gets rendered down and it turns into this thick, almost sludge-like consistency, something you'd scrape off the bottom of the ocean that's thick with living creatures sparkling with colors that you can distill. I don't know, I'm just riffing. And I know I just occupied a bunch of time there, but I'm just riffing.
So like it's like a life force, but it's tangible and it can be refined. Is that what you're going for?
And transmitted. It isn't part necessarily of life force, but it is an accumulation on it.
Interesting. So it has almost like an alchemical property, where it's
alchemy is going to be a big part of that, I imagine.
Yeah, where it's not quite chemistry, it's not quite full-on magic. It's somewhere between the two of them, and I like the idea of it. It kind of reminds me of like, God, this is going to be an uncomfortable thing, but it's a topic. It's the closest thing I can think of, where it's a byproduct of a creature that they already raise for other reasons. So my immediate thought is like the equivalent of like foie gras, which is not a byproduct; it's an actual organ, but it's not your ordinary application of raising this animal. It is a very specific way of rendering that animal for consumption. So you might have one group of these crypt dwellers that you use for other things, but then there's these ones that get really old, and as they get older, they accumulate this sheer amount within them. They become valuable in different ways, and that's where you want to get this oil from.
Well, I don't necessarily want to tie it directly to the crypt dwellers. I want to be maybe...
Kistivores.
Kistivores. Thank you.
Kistivores.
Like, it's something that is contagious to living things. Things that have that vital... It's a vital essence. That's what it is. And things that consume that vital essence carry that vital essence. Things that are exposed to it are vectors for it. Oh, no. It's thoughts. It's thoughts.
Interesting. So I like the idea of that, though, because this means that it's a resource that does raise some interesting connotations about it. Because under normal circumstances, when acquiring a resource, resources are inherently limited. Like, as a rule of thumb, if we want to use coal to power a machine, there's only so much coal in a vein, so you need to always look for more coal. This stuff sounds like, to a degree, it's self-replicating. By its use, by its expenditure, by its proximity to other things, it's spreading to other things which then would make them sort of create it themselves or expand. It almost has like almost a cancerous property or a chemical like catalytic property to it.
Catalytic, maybe. So my thought is, I think this is a through line for everything we've got here that we've selected.
Right. Okay. So, go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you.
I'm trying to find the words. So you've got these initial miners of the substance, right? Wherever it comes from. Let's shelve that for the moment.
Sure.
They harvest this substance and they disseminate it, right?
Mm.
But the things they disseminate it to never become untethered from it. So we've got elements of phantasmagoria here already. We'll call this something like a contagious life essence, or maybe even a death essence that draws forth and touches on everything that's ever touched it. So if someone hits you with one, let's say that someone fills a barrel with this chemical, puts it in a trebuchet, and then bombs your town with it. Everyone that touches it carries it. It isn't consumed, it's transferred.
Okay.
So if I get hit with a spatter of this soul-burning fluid, my soul burns with it, but also carries within it that element of it. And in halcyon days, this was more liberated. It wasn't concentrated. It was more disseminated. It was part of the strata of existence. But people concentrated it and used it as a weapon on other people. So now these battlefields are laden with this essence. It's become a claustrophobic, burning pyre of this essence. But entropically, it's winding down. But it's not winding down the way that we think normally things wind down. It isn't winding down because it isn't available. It's just in different places. So you've got these, you mentioned earlier about like walking wounded from World War I, bearing their grim visage. But that grim visage also carries parts of that essence. So you might be hit with a piece of shrapnel, and that shrapnel carries a part of this ghoulish fire that burns always near your marrow.
Does it affect the person like an affliction, or is it?
I don't know. That's a cool thought. Like, I'm just trying to like build a through line here. And this also ties to autolatry, right?
Right.
Because if you've been exposed to this spectral fire, this essence of destruction, you carry it within you. And this is maybe something that came before, primordial or divine. And now this byline of immaterial destruction runs within your veins. Wouldn't that lead to autolatry or idolatry? You survived the bombing at Thornsgrad, right? You've been burned and excoriated, which is a cool word, by the spectral fires of these primordial oils. You carry within them, you carry within you the opalescence of the gods, and you lived. How wouldn't you worship yourself a little bit?
You know, I just thought of something.
I love it.
Nick was saying that this whole concept of there's like a god living in my mind. What if this life force, this opalescent life force byproduct, whatever this element is connected to something else? What if it's partially sentient?
Does it have an agenda?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's cool. I love that idea, personally.
I think it's when I I like your interpretation of that. I'm just trying to think. Like, what?
At least you and I are fucking bomb on this.
Yeah, we are.
We've come up with some cool shit together.
Yeah.
The idea.
No more guests. It's just the Elise and Morgan show now.
I'm okay with that. Meanwhile, Omni's over here like,
I guess I'll retire.
no, you're over here like fingers together, steepled. You got your rings on. You fucking like lighting's good. Fuck yeah, dude.
So, this is fucking with my head to the point I just keep like shutting down when I'm about to like have a thought.
I'm sorry. Do we need to wind it back a little bit?
No, no. I'm just like I'm trying to process everything I've heard and put it into words. So
it's a lot.
It is a lot. A lot of words that make me feel stupid too. Ignorant, I should say. I don't know if I want this thing to be alive. I also like one of the things I always like doing in my settings.
I didn't say it was alive. I said it was sentient. There is a big difference.
Thinking is hard. Yeah, Fan, I need to get a fucking t-shirt for Writer's Block that just says thinking is hard on it because it just.
Oh my god. Season 4 merch. We keep an eye out.
Well, what is this? What is this? Is this episode? Jesus, usually I'm not this like brain fart by this point.
Episode Jesus.
Jesus. I ain't never seen Jesus, but I have seen Momo.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Nobody gets that reference. So
I get that reference, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. Right. So this body controls, not controls the mind, but like influences it. I'm not sure about the whole agenda thing. I mean, obviously, one of the things we've seen with religion that I brought up multiple times in the show. Here we go. Now I'm getting on my path. So multiple things I brought up about religion on the show is that a lot of religion stems from people literally just tripping fucking balls and thinking that they're being spoken to, and we have a lot of records of that, and that came up like very heavily when we had Fleet Dietrich on. And the whole idea of just like, oh yeah, they're tripping, but they think that what they're doing is like actually communing with the gods. So I think the substance would be something very similar to that in that regard. It's just like they think they're communing with, and it would be different amongst individuals and stuff like that too. There wouldn't be like one shared like agreed upon thing. It's just like I think it just kind of like influences the mind in some way, shape, and form, and some people believe it to be just one living entity. But and I think what would be interesting is if this substance actually did something scientific, like broke down the frontal lobe of the brain or something like that, and it actually just made people more reckless or something.
Okay, cool. I was going something a little bit more mystic, but I like that.
So was I.
No, I'm listening.
So, are you familiar with the Akasha, or the Akashic mind, or the Akashic memory?
I'm not, but do enlighten me.
So there is a concept of a shared, I have to pick my words carefully here, unconscious memory.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, yes.
So the idea is like we're all pulling from this like source of knowledge that we all have some access to.
Okay.
So the Akashic mind or the Akashic library is the pooled experiences of humanity.
Yeah, it's like, as I've always interpreted it, it's the term ancestral memory comes close to the concept. It's a little bit more narrow in its approach, but it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Even in 40K, there was an experiment called the Akashic Reader, where the whole idea was to read the sum total of human knowledge from the warp and its impression on it. So it's a recurring theme I've seen.
We have also done this with another faction with Fleet. So
okay, cool. That ties in. Interesting.
Yeah, sure. That could be these could be somewhat related to one another. Who's to say they're not? You know,
there's a bunch of truths in the world.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we did mention that these nation states are pretty close together.
Yeah.
So perhaps these two could be sister nations or sister cultures.
Yeah, there's going to be different interpretations of different things. I mean, like look at the Orthodoxy versus like Irish, Catholics, like very different. interpretations of very similar things.
Yeah, do you see a cross? It can mean one of 80 different things depending on which of the 80 to 90 different subvariations.
Do you see a fish in the sand? Okay, you're Christian. But what kind of Christian are you?
Which fish? So, okay, so we have this. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna call it I'm gonna call this a 3S substance, a slightly supernatural substance. For the future. So our 3S stuff.
Slightly supernatural.
It's better. It's better than actually saying out that particular acronym because I realize that's a dangerous one. So yeah, no. The this slightly supernatural substance is. It has the ability, from what we know for sure, is that when used, if it is used on a battlefield, which is like the immediate, for me, as someone who's thinking about this from a gameplay mechanic, the thing most players will directly interact with it when it's considered as a weird will usually be as, if we're playing this from a perspective of a tabletop battle game that is also a role-playing game, where that is experimented or expressed through battle or through mobilization of forces, its impact on the human mind, or the minds of individuals out here, is its impact, is like the thing that we're here for. It is a force multiplier. So like we mentioned before, the idea of like a chemical that if you take it, which we mentioned with Fleet, as Red mentioned, where like they utilize this ash substance on their end, where if they use it, it basically supercharges their acuity, whether that's like physical acumen or their mental acuity, or just being incredibly hard to break. But afterward, there's a cultural consequence for them, and this seems like it's in the same vein, but where that stuff seems to be a very personal effect. This seems to have more of a blast radius when it's utilized. Someone utilizes this opalescent substance, and when they do, everyone nearby is affected. If it's in battle, you have these people striding through battle, clad in probably nothing but like soaked linens, and themselves like caked or layered in oils mixed with this substance that are literally incandescents in the air. And so as they're walking around, everyone's like, "Wow, that is like a walking pyre." And they get closer, and they're like, "And it's absolutely beautiful, and I cannot bring myself to fight or hate in its presence." And so, like, it has this effect. So we know it has a slightly supernatural effect. We know that it has to be that it can be rendered from the dead, or at least reclaimed from the dead, and those who've been impacted by it. Which I kind of like where you were going with that, Soul, earlier, where you mentioned the idea that this stuff, it isn't necessarily that it is getting. It's not that it's getting less. It's that it's being spread out over a greater area. So I'm kind of getting the same vibe as like, hey, we're running out of helium. Why are we running out of helium? It's not that helium doesn't exist anymore. It's that it's sublimating out of our atmosphere. There's only so much we're going to have. Same thing here. It's just being scattered to the point where it is diluted enough where it'll be useless. So they're that's why they would reclaim it from bodies. They're trying to reconcentrate, reuse what they can, because it is a difficult resource to acquire in the first place.
That leads to some really fucking grim outcomes.
It does, absolutely. And I feel like if this were anything but the setting we're working on, I would be a little hesitant about it. But the setting we're working on is literally like brutal pre-World War I, World War I-esque combat. And so, like, grim, I feel, is the word for what we're dealing with here in a lot of situations. Even if we're out of combat, this whole setting is in a grim state. I wouldn't say it's full-on grimdark yet, but we are on that verge where we're like, we are on a dark horizon. The sun is setting here. It is definitely, it might rise again, but we are definitely going into night. And I think we don't do ourselves any favors by pretending that we're not. Now, that said, I think, for me, I'm a sort of person that I like me a little mystery. And I think, what if we left this a little to mystery? I'm gonna take a little leaf out of Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy lore, and when in doubt, don't give a direct answer. Just give all the answers and say they're all equally valid, because no one knows for fucking sure.
And blame the Eldar.
Always. So you
That's
have
a fair assumption.
Yeah. So you have this substance that people think might have a consciousness, or there might be some underlying connection. The Akashic mind idea, maybe it could be a shared delusion, a commonly occurring delusion, who are under the effect of this stuff, whether it be in proximity to them or the very users themselves might have like an enlightened, or what would be the word for it, ecstatic reaction to it, where they think they are in that state. They think they're communing with this greater mind. It might be true. Or they might be tripping balls off of mind goo. I don't know. But the effect...
know how that goes.
Yeah, but the effect, regardless, is the same. And for the purposes of the player character and their units, their force, it almost doesn't matter. Whether you're being ordained by God or some greater ancestral mind or memory, or it's just a really potent-ass chemical reaction that has something weird with it. The effect is practically the same. And it's up to the player and or in this case, like the commanding officer, the individuals who interact with this stuff, to come to their own conclusions about it. As probably their own culture's divided about this, because our own culture's divided about fucking everything. Even scientific matters that shouldn't be, like, up for debate. We still debate whether it's that way. And so I 100%...
Well, there's still people that think the fucking Earth is flat.
I was literally just about to say, are you trying to tell me the Earth is not flat?
It's actually a donut shape.
So who is this setting's Joan d'Arc?
Oh man, we've had a couple of factions that get close to that imagery. Some even had it. I think like our Red, what were they called again? On the last session.
The last session?
You know who I'm talking about.
With Jay?
Yes.
Did we ever give them a name?
I don't think we might have. God, I feel terrible, Jay. If you're out there,
I know
please stone me.
I don't think we gave them a name, but I know they're ruled over by the Opifex and the Carnifex.
Yeah, I don't think we ever got around to the name of their faction. But no, we did like we didn't quite get there, but we did derive that from them. Because there's that, and then there's before that, there's the it wasn't just with Jay, it was the one that was before that too, with the Pyres and the martyrdom, the igneous people.
Oh, yeah, the igneous with the fleet.
Yeah, the Ignean Ash, I think, is what that was. I don't think we ever named them, but you know, like that. It's still in that same kind of vein. I feel like
the Ignean people or the igneous people.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, I feel like that's sort of in that same vein, right? So they have very much martyrdom vibes to them, and there are a number of them that have that Joan of Arc approach.
The what?
The Igneates?
The Igneates.
Igneous.
I believe Ignean for the sake of the people we're naming here. I would just call them all Ignatius, and just because that's a really pimp-ass name, and I don't see it around enough.
I like Ignatius. It's they're definitely a very Spanish name.
It is. Yeah. Oh fuck! I have the wrong browser tab open. Damn it. Anyway, so continue. I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, there are some characters that are like that, but it's a potent image. The idea that similar cultures, and again, these cultures are all neighbors. Like, I mean, ask everyone in Northern Europe. Like, ask so many folks in Northern, don't actually, but ask how many of them have cultural bleed over. Ask the British how French they are. And they will probably go like,
I get shanked for that.
Oh, of course you would. And it would go both ways, because everyone forgets that period where France and
I don't want my shanking to go both ways. Thank you.
Nah.
My point is that so many cultures in Europe ruled each other, conquered each other, in many cases, shared culture, shared religion, and there's a lot of bleed through. The modern imagery we have of every time you've ever in pop culture seen Lancelot depicted wearing the full plate armor, that's French. That's a French armor design.
Yeah,
the time of King Arthur. Yeah, that shit would not have existed at the time of King Arthur if they existed at all, and they are not just allegory. So
King Arthur would have
like,
been 11th or 12th century, so yeah, plate armor was not heavily in use until
Not at
Yeah.
all.
exactly. So
even in the
Hallmark?
15th century, not
but
Hallmark?
good luck telling that to your average person who's like, my interaction with this era is through our social media and the shared zeitgeist of that culture, which
Yeah.
Also, with
through
like
Europe,
all the affiliated armor thing.
yeah, like, so it's one of those things that you look across cultures that are neighbors, and there is an overlap. There is a sharing of it. So the idea that it's if there are multiple cultures with this
A
martyrdom motif,
syncretism, if you will.
yes, I would say that sounds to me like three neighboring nation states with a common cultural heritage, or at least an intersecting cultural heritage. And we're just seeing three different nation states that approach it very differently. Three different cultural states, I should say. So, yeah. No, I love that though. I think that's sick. If you guys want to have a fucking, if you guys want to have like the opalescent Icar, Joan of Arc, I'm down. I love that imagery. That's great.
yes, Opalika.
Well, my one of my favorite, I cannot remember who I learned this from, but what makes really good art, what makes a really good world, what makes really good like anything, is the juxtaposition of two common things that have absolutely nothing to do with each other in contrast. So
Look at
we're
Cyberpunk.
yeah, we're in this really grim, dark, war-ridden world, but the aesthetic is like strangely like shimmery and ethereal.
Yeah.
I dig
I'm
it.
getting Shimmer vibes. Like Shimmer from, well, I can't remember the name of the damn movie with Natalie Portman. You know what I'm talking about.
No, we don't.
No, we really don't.
Okay. Natalie Portman has to go into this place called the Shimmer, and everything is Annihilation. Movie Annihilation.
Was that Natalie Portman?
It was.
Are you
It was
sure?
Natalie Portman and Natalie Portman and Oscar Isaacs, I believe, were the two leading characters in that. Yeah, fucking Poe Dameron and Queen Amidala were in that movie, and no one
Natalie
noticed.
Portman and Oscar Isaac.
Yep. I'm not
Huh.
fucking shitting with you. It's actually a pretty good science fiction film. If a little up its own ass, it's really cool.
I read the books, but I never got to the fucking movie.
The movie was actually visually quite cool. I highly recommend it. There's a lot of cool storytelling ideas in it.
It's got Oscar Isaac, so I'm in.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's worth it. So the idea behind it though is there's this imagery, this zone called the Shimmer, and when they can't get signals in and out of it, and what I'm aesthetically tied to is the idea that when you approach it, when you look at it, it literally looks like an oil slick over reality. Like there's this wall and there's this strange refractive property, this iridescence or opalescence to it. And I love that sort of imagery, in this case, applied to people, applied to this effect. I think that's really fucking cool. So yes, I'm getting that Shimmer imagery off of it. No soul.
No, you already let me know. You just had to be right back.
Okay, okay, that's fair. Modern out of yes, 100%. It's modern, the color out of space, color out of time and space.
Yeah.
Highly recommend giving it a watch once at least. So,
absolutely. What was I gonna say? So let's digress here because we've gotten pretty far from the original source topic we're talking about here.
Okay.
So much so that I don't even know how you got down that route.
We were describing the aesthetic, is what we were talking about.
Okay, well that's fair. So we have Phantasmagoria, and we really just automatically know how that's going to be applied. The substance is going to create that sort of effect in one way or another. And we have many other words to go through. We're also talking about this culture previously being like having, I don't know how to properly use the word halcyon in a sentence.
It's a descriptor. So halcyon days.
Like a cultural halcyon. So we're talking about what that would look like. Was that before they discovered the substance? and then their society sort of just like was gravely fucking twisted and turned by it, kind of like how the Industrial Revolution invented shit like you know, the whole idea of just like, yeah, humans are just machines and they should just be treated like such, or they should be, you know, automated like that. With what's the word, what are the two things that were really rudimentary and, or not rudimentary but fundamental in creating that? It would be slide rules and stopwatch. Like those are the two things that made this society into not heavily contributed into the idea that humans should stop trying to embrace imperfection.
Right.
So what drove these people away from just living like regular people and becoming literal wharf rats?
I have a proposal if you're down with it, Elise.
Listening.
Okay. So, idea. The vibe I'm getting is Arkenstone. So, the idea in this case is that you had a culture that was already, like many of the cultures in this world, somewhat, if not flourishing, doing okay under the prior, like, that giant empire. So things are pretty good. Like, they're not perfect. They're good enough for certain cultures to flourish.
Right.
They found this stuff at the peak of their civilization's development. And Arkenstone, to top all the things that they've done. And like the Arkenstone in the movies and in the book, that Arkenstone is the ruin of their people. It's that thing that they get, they can't help but try to use it. It's too perfect and beautiful to not use. And in using it, it caused their civilization to begin to crumble to where it is now.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. I like your train of thought there. I'm also thinking about I'm not a fan of the trope of just like, yeah, this particular substance, like, oh, it's just this substance led us to ruin. And I like the human side of things. Just like, no, the need to, us as humans, we have this undying need to exploit something until it has nothing left to give. Even if we are just regular people here, you know, like, I mean, we regular people on a smaller scale do it all the time, you know, like, the whole idea is just like we have this unending desire to just use something until nothing is left of it, and when we run out of it, we have to go and get more. So that could be any number of things, and you can put any number of tags, any positive or negative connotations to that. So this,
Well, you know that. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Finish your thought. I don't want to.
So somebody pitched an idea a while back, one of these idea people, idea men on TikTok, and look, if you're going to be an idea man, at least embrace the idea that you're just pitching out ideas, and like, I don't have to credit you for it because you're not going to do anything with it anyway. But regardless, they had this idea of just like, let's do a new BioShock game. And the BioShock game kind of acts like this. Everybody's in like a dreamscape and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's a really great idea. You thought of that while you were on the toilet. And now somebody's probably going to go take that, put it in a book or something like that. Or it's probably already been done hundreds of times before. And you just had this revelation, which is fine. I mean, there's no new inventions. It's just a reinvention of something else. But the idea of this substance puts everybody into like Solar's talking about like this Halcyon is where we would tie this in here. Everybody was in this sort of state of just like uninterrupted joy, happiness, romanticization of just like, oh yeah, everything used to be really great. But what if the destruction of this substance is what sort of like broke people away from it? I think of not understanding what is happening would affect people as humans, and us as humans, we are deductive creatures. We try to find reason in everything to the point where we find scapegoats. So picture this. So Salem, and then the 1400s, there is a recent study, not study, but like a historical examination, social study, that said in the wells in Salem, there might have been growth of a certain type of fungus that caused hallucinations, which they believe. Poisoning? What's that?
Ergot?
Yeah, ergot. Yeah, ergot.
That's been a That's not recent at all.
Well, no. I mean, this is something. Continuing. They think that it caused hallucinations, and people are like, "Oh, I saw a witch, or I saw a spirit in the woods dancing with so and so," and they think that was one of the contributing factors to the Salem witch trials. Is people were literally tripping balls, thinking that they saw things, and it led to that. Which, if you talk about ergot poisoning, that goes way back. To that fungus growing on wheat crop and Saint Anthony's dance. Is that what it's called? St. Anthony's Dance. There's a famous artist that I love a lot named Hieronymus Bosch who suffered from St. Anthony's Dance and saw hallucinate the H word. They saw these things the figments, and the whole idea is everything was like wonderful and great. So I'm thinking, what if these people, the water and the food that they've been drinking, the substance has been eking into it for so long that they didn't realize that their little fantasy world that they lived in was just everybody tripping balls so hard that they all kind of just saw the same things. And now that it's being harvested, they're facing reality. They're facing like what the world's actually like.
So a false halcyon era.
Yeah, so like this whole idea, like,
oh,
there was a great era, but in reality, people were just actually being influenced by the stuff that was in the water and the food, and they didn't understand it. They just thought that it was a real thing.
We were never great. We were never content. We were never happy. We were high.
Exactly.
God, that would be crushing to find out.
Well, that would be. No wonder they're literally rendering this stuff out of corpses. Anything to not face it, right?
Yeah, right. Like I will lick the eyeballs of every dead man just not to fucking face that. Content warning: eyeball licking. A little bit post facto. My apologies.
CW licking eyeball.
You see, now I have the image of like that 90s power suit, like cocaine era, but with eyeballs. Like, oh god.
No, I mean it's sort of a social commentary too. It's I know I keep talking about the Salem witch trials, but it reminds me of the whole idea of like the Crucible, the whole idea that like these people previously believed that they had a wonderful, fantastic, great life. It's like you never did. You're just realizing that it was shit before, but now that it's even worse now, it's easier to look back upon the shit and be like, that wasn't so bad.
I love that. That's a really great way to approach it. Like, I don't have any notes on that.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's sad as fuck though.
It's real, isn't it? Though it's very human. The whole idea of just like, yeah, when we in a younger day, things used to seem a lot better. Everything there's so much whimsy and wonder in the world, and now there's not. Facing the grim reality of things, these people have parted the veil. I think they should be called veil walkers for that reason.
I like that. I like that a lot, and that gives us a very thematic name for them. And I feel like it does. It really does touch on a very real thing that a lot of people struggle with to this day, is the ideation of the past. The idea of saying that all our solutions, things weren't so bad back then. It's like, yeah, not really. That's just you imagining that being the case. I met people who genuinely thought like, wow, the 90s were so awesome to live in. And I'm like, trust me.
I wasn't even born in the 90s, and I know the 90s were shit.
There are people genuinely who look at prior eras, and the difference is a lot of people used to do that with, like, as an example, before we started really looking at it more closely. People used to do that for the atomic era, for the pre-Cold War era. That that 2.5 kid joke we all make now. But there was a while where it wasn't. People really did long for that era. That there's a nostalgia is a very potent, addictive thing. And I like the idea that this culture is literally dealing with their nostalgia of the past actually being an addictive thing. Like having been a thing that they actually were high through. And that's such a powerful metaphor. I love that.
Well, I know this is gonna sound goofy, but it kind of reminds me of the whole romantic, like the 60s and 70s. The whole idea of just like everything's fine, just do fucking drugs and listen to music that talks about everything being fine and everything's fine. I mean, Derek, him and I have talked about this at length about how he hates disco music. I just like, okay, why do you hate disco music? He's like, for that exact reason. It's a romanticization of things that never happened and things were never good. But like, it's just like everything's great. Don't worry about anything at all. Blah blah blah. But at the same time,
there's a lot of really sad disco.
There's a lot of really, really sad disco, especially in that era. Even if it
Alan
sounds
Parsons Project, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, we were talking about Alan Parsons Project, and I mean, shit, Eric Wolfson, I think that was one of the members. He wrote a song called "The Golden Key," and it's like literally all about how he had this romanticized vision of the world, and when he grew up, he's just like, oh. Actually, the world's always been shit, and I just thought it was all right. It's just like, but digressing. I think the idea of these people having, we find escapism, and sometimes escapism can be unhealthy to the extent where we imagine the world to be exactly like this. There's a difference between it, like knowing that you are pursuing escapism and believing that the escapism is real. And that can be really self-destructive. And I think this society is definitely going through the self-destructive era. The whole idea of just like, we need to stay high. We need to like keep on this substance and keep using it and figure out how to make more of it, because the world used to be such a better place when we were viewing it through rose-tinted glasses. In the literal sense. Like they had a haze over their eyes. It's dark, but goddamn, like if it isn't real.
It also is a really... For me, the other thing too is this is the entry point for, again, I view this as from the perspective of a player and as someone who's designing a game here, or a cult, or like a thing we're going to turn into a game. This is the entry point at which a player character can make an impact. This is a civilization that is, well, like, what's the phrase? It's if you have a peaceful world, you might have a boring game. And so if you have a world in disarray, there's a lot of places where player characters can go, I feel like I'm going to make a difference. Throw a dart on the map. Take your pick. And in this culture, there's a lot of places where a difference can be made that allows player characters to give themselves motivation, to give themselves a goal. And, you know, it's dark, but that gives this civilization a chance to be explored better, I think, by someone who's dedicated or interested in that. I think that's a good thing for us. Personally. Not saying that peaceful games... I like Belarius, for the record. You can have a peaceful game and it'd be very fucking interesting. But you get the adage.
Belarius, peaceful. Interesting.
I mean, compared to your standard dungeon crawl hack and slash, the idea of the setting where literally people being killed is rare. It's comparatively peaceful.
Yeah. I'll let that one go.
Okay. You and I have a discussion. I want to hear your topic on that, but I don't want to digress too far from that.
Is imminent death peaceful? Moving on.
That we'll talk about after this, for sure. I think that's a fun conversation. Where are you going, Red?
I was going to say that I feel like this is where autolatry comes into play. Just like these people like panicking and looking for a sense of self, and the whole idea of just like, you know, those visions that we used to have, maybe they weren't just something that everybody shared. Maybe they were just important to us as individuals. So those visions that we had, they were spirits. They were things that lived in our minds. So to commune with the self, to worship the God of the self, they would take these drugs.
Oh my shit. Holy... Let me spin off that real quick.
Please, go on.
So if you've got an entire culture that's viewing this Halcyon era, and other people are having similar interactions with what drove them to that view, but not having that outcome, what's the one thing that's different? The person experiencing it.
Right.
So if you and I both do fucking baller drugs, right? And I see a golden future and a golden history, and you're like, man, I just had a bad fucking trip. Like the fault lies in you, right? Obviously.
Sure.
So what if I'm the only one who can see that chosen path, that chosen history? What if I'm the only one that can view the sacred past that was golden and everyone else is wrong? Yeah, that would lead to autolatry.
Yeah, like that sense that I am the chosen one. I have been enlightened.
Yeah.
You'd be a prophet of a golden era. You'd literally be
That
like,
never
I can
existed
see
and
the
never
future.
can.
Yeah, but like, and
Am I a Republican? That's sorry. Sorry, that was uncalled for.
God damn.
That's fucked.
Make
Sorry,
Vale
that was really uncalled for.
Oh, God, anyway.
That's funny. I was like, make Vale walking great again. The whole
God, fuck you.
No, the whole idea of like, and I think the most interesting thing about that is like, I think what would be cool is like I can imagine a story told from the perspective of this character who claims to be the Golden Prophet, but you start looking and seeing into what they're seeing, and they actually see a very, very devastating past. They see this horrible fucking reality where things were just truly awful. Nothing ever got done. People were killing each other nonstop. It was just dark and horrible. But this golden past he's seeing is actually the future.
Are you
But he thinks
familiar
it's
with
the past at first.
Are you familiar with the three Christs?
Oh, like the three different facets of Christ?
No.
Is it a book or something?
No, well, it sort of is. It's a more modern psychological experiment.
Okay.
So there was a time when psychological experiments didn't have quite as much oversight. And an individual said, okay, we've got a bunch of schizophrenics, right? I'm going to grab 3 dudes who thought they were Christ. And I'm going to put them in the same room.
That's...
Yeah, it's really unethical.
I was gonna say that's kind of fucked. Like that's like Hunger
Yeah.
Games level of just like, yeah, let's just.
But here's the thing. It really taps into the concept of cognitive dissonance and how we resolve it.
Yeah, different perspective.
So cognitive dissonance is the rejection of an idea that is outside of your normative experience of what reality means. It is a sense of extreme discomfort between what your mind perceives as a normative experience and what reality is. This is a really, if you dig into this, you're going to get a lot of fucking ideas about like why people are fucked up. And if you dig a little bit further, you're going to realize why you're fucked up. True facts. It's going to fuck you up.
Yeah.
But the idea here was 3 individuals came into contact with people that their experiences could not be coherent with theirs. Every single one of them believed that the other 2 were absolutely unhinged, but that their views were validated and real. When you have a belief that firm, that strong, that involves idealized concepts like divinity, especially your own divinity or your own prophecy or your own ability to foresee what will be and what has happened, when given contrary evidence, the reflex isn't to analyze it, it's to reject it violently.
Mm-hmm.
So with these halcyon portents, with this like veneer of greatness that was behind you, if these people are tripping balls and seeing these portents and watching these auguries unfold in the past and reveal to them the true nature of themselves, being a divine being or a trans divine being, if you will, they're going to reject.
But why not a cis divine being?
Trans divine in this case is actually like a working title. No, but like a cis divine, there are like cis divine concepts. It's weird. It gets different, but it's
what
good.
about a non-binary divine?
It doesn't apply in this case, actually. Weirdly enough, like it's cool. I think we could get into that, and it's something that I'd really be excited to do, but not on this show, not at this moment.
Full session talk.
Absolutely a full session talk. So these people would be really invested in their own divinity and their own ability to perceive beyond the opalescent veil, right? That nacreous curtain would be something they would see as their own purview. Anyone that brings anything back from that that doesn't jive with what they're experiencing. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that they are perceiving a different truth. It means that they're untrue. So you get some really interesting, like, iconoclastic belief systems. And this actually butts really hard against syncretism. Syncretism would be difficult here, but it would come from a cognitive dissonance resolution sort of perspective. If you've got multiple prophets that are also all seeing the same futures or similar futures, but you know that you're the one divine, how do you manage that? Well, you manipulate your own view of divinities. Okay, so Steve down the hallway is seeing a similar truth that I am, but that's because Steve is a fragment of my soul.
Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, I mean, we're all Steve. You know my fucking thing with Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought that up.
We're all Steve down here.
Yeah, it's fine. We're all Steve. Being John Malkovich, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is some cool stuff. Like, this gets into some fucking deep psychology. I think we could go hours with this.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I like this
Absolutely,
concept that we've spun up together. I like the idea of, I mean, this is like, I could write a whole ass book just based upon
a
this.
fucking novel.
Like, I could easily crank out 70,000 to 100,000.
I'm telling
words
you,
about
just
this
just make this the Soul and Elise show. Like,
I got time.
Hey, I'd be game for it. I mean, Omni and I are going to be making the game in the meantime, however.
Yeah.
True that.
But no, like, there's a lot going on in this setting, and it's super cool. Like, I've touched in on other writer's blocks. I think this is the coolest one.
Aw.
I think so too.
I'm involved in it, so there may be something. There may be some bias.
Are you saying this season's the best one? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is one of the better seasons we've had. Yeah. I mean,
There's been some really punchy guests.
I tell you what, having Fleet on, Fleet gave us some insights into just building games that, like, I hadn't previously thought about. I'm just like, damn.
Fleet actually improved our game development, like, by asking a question that I don't think either of the two of us had ever thought of, and then did it like 2 more times. Just to, like,
it's such a simple question that you think of, who is this game for? I was like,
yeah.
Who are you? What is your fan?
What's your audience?
Who are you disenfranchising to enfranchise someone in this game? Like,
of course, that was the main point that sort of like made me think. I was just like, oh, so this is a power fantasy. Like, no matter what you try to, how do you spin it? But when Fleet said that, who are you disenfranchising to enfranchise somebody else? I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. Yeah. How about each other?
Power flows.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I was like, that puts things in perspective, especially from a standpoint of, like, you're going to be controlling an entire group of people, not an army, but a group of people. You could be an army, whatever, but you're controlling an entire group of people trying to achieve a goal. Think like you're like the lone. What's the name of the first character from Fallout 1? Is it the Lone Wanderer?
Yeah, the Wanderer.
So the Wanderer literally has a goal. It's like, okay, bring back a ship so we can purify our
goddamn
water.
Filter.
Yeah, literally, and then that's your goal. You go out and do that. It's just like, but you're doing that with a group of people. The whole idea is like you're doing that with no matter how big. It could be 5 people, it could be 100. So you're going out doing something and bettering your society because of it. But when you come back, and one of the things that people always hated about the Fallout 1 ending is that you couldn't go back to the vaults. And it's like, no, it makes sense. Because you're a fundamentally different person. You have experienced things that would otherwise it's like introducing like a certain pathogen to a society that's never been open to it. You're literally bringing back ideas and things that would completely and utterly destroy the thing that you had just saved. Well, so I think that's an interesting concept.
It's a lot of the a man can't step into the same river twice.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's a really great game that I think you might want to look into if you want that kind of design philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
It's New Gods of Mankind.
New Gods of Mankind. I'll pen that down to my
DM me, and I can lace you in. The idea is like you represent an abstraction of one of the new gods of mankind. Mankind is just risen up from agriculture and they're starting to worship things, and you're one of those gods. But so are the other players. All of the players are one of these gods, and you're doing a little bit of like political horse trading, trying to get advantage for your followers and derive that. And syncretism comes into play here, but a lot of it is like, who is this for? Is a big question, like for bringing people into the game. Like this game isn't for D&D players.
No, absolutely not. I think the best people to pitch this game to would be somebody that enjoys things like Civ and like micromanaging on a smaller scale with a more focus on the self.
Yep.
So like you're the leader and you control the self and you're role playing the leader, but you're also dealing with your followers and stuff like that. So it's just
it's way beyond that actually. You are an abstract concept that has embodied itself into an avatar that's painted by your followers.
Oh, okay. So that game is like a more abstract version of what we're trying to do. So yeah that would be a very good thing to draw inspiration from.
Yeah, it's a really cool game. Like I've played it a couple times. I've had a chance to run it a couple times. It's a difficult game.
I don't see this game being easy either.
No, it's not difficult because the game is difficult. It's difficult because the position that you take as a player is difficult.
Yeah,
where you have to be. Oh, it's weird, man.
I've known some really good people that play absolute evil shitheads at like every opportunity they can possibly get, and it's just like, why? It's like because I can. It's like I'm not evil towards the people that I care about. I'm evil towards motherfuckers that I could give a shit less about. Like
I love lawful evil.
Yeah, lawful evil is always that great thing. I mean, I usually play true neutral, which honestly I think true neutral can be it's just as evil as good. Like
it's one of the hardest alignments to play.
It is because it's true neutral is like true uncaring about anything other than you. But like that can come off as selfish. That can come off as good.
It depends.
I'd beg to differ because if we're making a comparison, most human beings are true neutral because what it usually comes down to is that I believe what I believe and I do what I do based off of my life and my experiences and how this relates to me.
I think most humans are some variant of neutral, with most of them aligning either on neutral evil or neutral good. I don't think law and chaos, in the way that D&D alignments really prescribe it, applies to the population of humans at large.
Yeah.
True neutral, you can get to like selfish neutral, but you can also get to philosophically neutral, which is a hard place to go to. It's really, really cool.
See, that's what I'm trying to do with Vaunt. And then we'll digress.
What are you trying to do with Vaunt?
Vaunt actively seeks balance. Like the whole idea of just like so
you're philosophically neutral.
Yeah, the whole idea of just like I care more about myself than most things, but I also care about the people that help me preserve myself, be that for better or for worse.
I care about myself more than most things, being neutral evil.
I mean, more than most things. I mean, obviously there's other people it's the idea of just like, I'm not going to put some random person I don't know ahead of myself in a situation where I could do a good thing, but why would I do that if I were to bring harm to myself? It doesn't actively seek to do good things just for the sake of doing good things. They do good things for the people that they know and they care about and themselves. And I think that's very human.
So one of the things I really liked about older versions of D&D is there was neutral as an alignment. And then there was true neutral as an alignment. And a lot of people don't realize that there was a difference. You can be neutral, which means that you just don't really have an opinion on either of the ordinances, right? You're just kind of where you are. And then true neutral, capital T, capital N, meant that you did have an opinion and you believed that there was a balance that needed to be ordained between those ordinances. True neutral was different from neutral. But that's like shit, deep lore, man. Also, lawful neutral scares me.
Yeah, lawful neutral is just like I act on a code, and I don't particularly care how other people think of said code. It's just like you follow a certain alignment of mortals that are unshifting. It's just like I think a lot of wizards are also lawful neutral in that regard too, because like the idea of just like you act on a set of codes things that you'll never cross as a way. Because how many wizards have you ever seen or seen people play that are just like, I will never touch necromancy? That's a code. That's literally something you hold yourself to. I will never touch this school of magic. I will never do this. I'll never do that. It's like, okay, that's a code that you follow. You won't do this thing with magic. You won't do unethical things with magic. You will never cross these boundaries. You'll never mind control somebody. Those kinds of things. Lawful neutral.
Why?
Exactly why. Because
that's when it becomes important.
Yeah. For me, whenever I have heard lawful neutral, whenever I've heard the old, like the axis, lawful to chaos and good to evil, the reason they're on two separate axes is because
Michael Moorcock?
They say what?
I'm saying.
I'm sorry, my brain is full of foam.
Michael Moorcock.
I'm not familiar, but
wow. Okay, cool. We'll get into that later.
Yes, but like because they're on different axes, they're independent, and so it's the old adage of is law like the number of people who they will align what you and I would think of a morality based on a perception of what is just or what is evil, what is good, what is bad, which are normally that's a personal question of morality. And it's a very finicky one. And I would argue that good and evil, as depicted by D&D, the reason people oftentimes role play like good and evil nowadays as selfless and selfish is because good and evil, oftentimes, not to get too relativistic about it, but that is oftentimes a matter of perspective and time. What is viewed as wicked and evil in one era, and 200 years...
Well, because
sometimes there's exceptions to that, obviously, but I'm saying, like, if we're talking about societal norms that are often tied up with those terms, those can change with time. And
I would say that's more on the law chaos axis.
Right. Well,
I'd say it's based heavily upon Christianity. The idea of there's a black and white moral spectrum rather than a gray one, or like a blue and orange, or whatever one you want to pick.
This is why I was mentioning
Gygax wrote Dungeons and Dragons with Catholicism in mind. Let's be.
This is the reason why I got the idea of like nowadays good and evil are viewed from the perspective of selfless and selfish, because that is something that we can actually agree on a little more by its application. Whereas agreeing on good and evil, well, people have been literally philosophers are arguing about that shit since the dawn of time and will until the end of Earth. I'm pretty sure. So I feel like at least we can agree with like, okay, if I'm playing an evil character and they are being more selfish, which means their interests come before the interests of others, that's something that your average person can wrap their head around playing. Whereas playing an objectively evil person, depending on who you're talking to, they might be... I could literally see an evil character and a good character written by two people being identically the same character, because from their perspective, those viewpoints are so vastly different. And so law and chaos, though, are separate from that, because for me, the way I view it is, if you use good and evil as a moral compass, that's one thing. If you use law and chaos as a moral compass, that is inherently more dangerous because it's detached, in my opinion, from that idea of good and evil, right? Like, if it's law and order, if it's law, it's chaos and order, then what it sounds like it really feels to me more is anarchist versus absolute constitutionalist, which is on the most extreme edges. It's Batman and Joker, right? But they're both beating up and setting people on fire in like Arkham. I don't know what to tell you. They both belong in an insane asylum for a reason. So that's me.
So personally, depending on where you're looking at, like my paradigm, I am either chaotic good or lawful evil.
Yeah.
And the fact that those two intersect within me is weird, but it really just depends on how you want to define those paradigms. So a lot of this, I know that Red was talking about like Catholicism, etc. And yeah, Catholicism did color a lot of Gary's writings. But he was a Christian. But he was also like fucking staunch Catholic. But a lot of this is coming out of Michael Moorcock. And the way that Moorcock wrote things was from a English like counterculture viewpoint. So good and evil and law and chaos were interesting like paradigms, but they weren't necessarily mapped to each other. So prior to this, lawful good was considered like one choice, and you couldn't be chaotic good. You couldn't be chaotic and also be good. But Moorcock wrote from an idea that the main things, the main drivers in the universe were chaos and order. He didn't write about good nor evil. He wrote about order, structure, and chaos and expression. And the knife's edge that those two rode. In a lot of Moorcock's works, law was evil.
Mm-hmm.
Law was stifling. It was counter meaning to what it meant to be expressive as a man. In that case,
Well, that's exactly why I'm saying that like most humans are true neutral, because like you mentioned that you're somewhere like, well, you mentioned chaotic good or lawful evil, because nobody is just one thing, and everyone's life experiences are going to be different. So you're going to make your decisions based off of what you know as a person, whether it's you know nothing and you're uninformed, or you're burdened with knowledge. And
so that's why most, if you go back to OG D&D, that's why most characters were neutral. Not true neutral, which is a different proposition. Most were just neutral. True neutral is a philosophical statement about maintaining balance, which I'm not really about. Maybe. Okay, sure. But most people are just neutral. Most people are just neutral. Chaos, law, good, evil.
Yeah.
They're just moved by whatever is proximal, whatever gets them through the day. But this gets into like super deep, like old school lore that isn't really applicable to modern game design. So let's jump ship. What do we got? We got opalescent entropy, activation, benthic.
Yeah,
benthic.
I feel like benthic, right? I feel like that right there. Like if we're talking about the opalescent stuff, like we literally that feels like an easy modifier. Like it's hard to get to. Like whatever it is, the process is benthic because it is so difficult to achieve. It isn't so pleasant. It is so unpleasant. Like it feels like it is a benthic resource by definition.
So what pressures crush these people down? These are the gleaners of the last Halcyon era.
Why are they oppressed? Gleaner for the people who reclaim that stuff. That's really fucking good.
It's like I do this for a living or something.
I think that the pressures that push these people down are the social weight of the whole situation. Just like everybody's benthic because nobody is anything higher than, like nobody is above one another. And there's like a fight for that.
So why are these people, the gleaners, the people that scrape this crusty bottom, like what makes them oppressed? We're getting like this sense of crushing pressure, like a diminutive sense, in the shadows thing. What deeds are they doing to reclaim this last halcyon essence of opalescence? Like, what shitty thing are they doing that no one else wants to admit to or do?
We've made a rule. Now we got to break it. Pacifism. They are going down into these mines where they're harvesting this stuff. These like probably coves, like diving underwater and talking like John Steinbeck, the Pearl, if you're familiar. And they're killing each other for it because they think that by doing this they'll get more some sort of currency. They'll be highly recognized for being one of the greatest collectors. They're doing absolutely anything in their power to raise themselves beyond their position, and nobody really cares about it because it's just like, oh, that just happens. Like they're not of like the regular people of society. We don't expect them to abide by the rules because they're so
holy shit, is this like goddamn diamond mines?
Sort of. Yeah, I guess they would be in that regard.
Yeah.
That's fucking dark, dude.
The idea that these people are, you know, like, and I think that invading force would sort of force them into this sort of position. It's just like, oh yeah, and another thing about these gleaners is they don't ever actually get to have a good high. They get high because they are near it. So they probably have really, really bad trips all the time. And they're seeing the darkest, most horrible things. And they probably see it as a Dungeons and Dragons dungeon. They literally go down and they're fighting creatures down there to gather this stuff. And in reality, they're just tackling with the horrors in their mind.
Or they're killing other cleaners.
And they think that they're the horrors of their mind.
God, that's fucking dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Damn. This is fucked.
At least, how is it every time we get together on one of these, we get like in some really weird fucked shit?
I don't know.
Talent?
I
Practice?
I guess I don't know. I should have known that if I proposed something moderately fucked up, Nick was gonna make it extremely fucked up.
Like I'm any better.
You're not. No, not in the slightest.
Just I like covering interpretation versus reality trope. It's just like or the rose tinted glasses idea of things. It's like this is in the absolute literal sense of rose tinted glasses.
Sure.
Oh, do we have a name for this substance yet? I was thinking that the act of imbibing it would just be like entering the opalescence, kind of like a nirvana-esque state or a euphoric state. It's just like, oh yeah, you've entered the opalescence, because everybody kind of widely agrees that everything looks really beautiful when you're in that state. Opalescence, pearlescence, whatever you want to call it. It just kind of shares a similar name in that regard. But I'm thinking of a name for the substance now. Riding the opal. That sounds like a euphemism. Jesus Christ. Jesus, fun.
I've rode a couple opals in my time. Poaching the pearl. Yeah.
God, why is it? No, I know the reason why. I don't need to ask that question out loud.
Yeah, you best to stop.
Damn. Yeah, no. So okay, so we have this. We've already discussed that it comes in different forms, but like I know that me and Elise mentioned earlier, like this glistening oil kind of vibe is a thing. Like we were both thinking of Phyrexian oil earlier, and I feel like that, especially considering we're talking about people using it, coating themselves with it, igniting themselves with it. Like this feels like an oil-like substance. So some kind of fluid of some kind is probably not a bad option. As a name, as like a root name. And we've tied this to divinity. I don't want to go with Ichor because that's like the obvious. That's literally so overdone.
Ichor sounds a little too like grungy for what this stuff is too. And it's a little bit too harsh sounding, I feel.
But something in that vein, I don't think is a bad idea.
Serum.
Serum's a little bit too medicinal. These guys see this as like something equivalent to water or food. It's something that they need. So,
ooh, god damn. What's a word? I'm trying to think of it, man.
Panacea.
It's not a bad one. That's a really solid one.
It's a little boring, but it's also overdone in fantasy. Morgan's
what you got, Soul? I can see the hamster running in the wheel.
Okay. This is going to get real dark real quick.
Already has.
We're about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're already there.
There's a verb. It's an action. The verb is elide. E-L-I-D-E.
E-L-I-D-E.
It means to suppress or alter. Generally, when you're talking about like a vowel or a syllable. By Elysian. by Elysian. But when you talk about Elysian, are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yep, I'm starting to get there. Keep going. Keep going. The word still escaped me, but I know exactly what you're referencing. I know what you're referencing.
So we're talking about Halcyon. We talk about Elysian Fields. But it also means to strike out or to leave out of consideration, to omit. So the ideal here is some unnecessary verbiage will need to be deleted, but otherwise the article is publishable. The product presentation was not deleted. It's always only 15 minutes long. Best to elide all that with skipping and swinging, surely. The website attempts to elide and obfuscate this obvious reality by disaggregating the ethnicities. Gun violence prevention ads face a tougher challenge, as evidenced by their name, an ungainly hyphenate designed to elide controversy. To me, it's almost like gilding. Like to gild the lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, Omni's got me here. Red's probably coming up quick. The idea of like putting a paint upon something to hide the dirty truth. You omit those details that don't fit with the Halcyon Days.
Halcyon Days is the name of this book, by the way.
Sick.
I'm writing that down. That's
Ouch.
Check it online. That sounds like it's been written, but it definitely
probably has, but it's fine.
If it hasn't been fucking.
It's probably written by like Jordan Peterson, who like laments about how rich he was as a child and how the women didn't like him because he was a little.
I hope his scrot is pulled off by fish hooks.
That's some great imagery. Thank you.
Very nice.
God. Halcyon Days actually sounds like the sequel to Demon Days from fucking Gorilla.
But like to elide or to lead, I'm not really sure how that's pronounced. I've read it.
Elide or lead is L-I-D-E. Sorry, E-L-I-D-E. Apparently,
I mean, we just go right to like Elfin Lied.
Oh God, let's not go there. I watched.
Sorry for everyone that's fucking watched that anime.
Yeah. What's it called?
Jesus.
Elfin Lied.
Elfin Lied. Don't.
I've heard of it. I don't know anything
It's
about it.
It's fucking a banger, dude. It's great.
Oh God.
Oh, Halcyon Days apparently is a luxury goods company out of the UK.
Good. Fuck them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course it would be 100%. That's like saying you might as well name your company Nostalgia. It's that on the I'm willing to bet they have shit from the 60s and 70s patterns. If they don't have a shag rug in the inventory, they're not doing it right.
Happy colonialist traders.
Yeah. God damn.
Is it called Shag
East
Rug?
India Company, get it over with.
Wait, is it called Shag Rug because they fucked on it?
No.
So that
shag probably
comes from
is where
rug.
shagging comes from. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Vice versa.
Yeah.
I don't know what
TLDR dogging.
Made of those like fake fur, like cheap, shitty fakes. That sounds so uncomfortable though.
Yeah.
And itchy. Ugh.
If it's done well, it's just like cloth. It doesn't have like an itch to it, but like the bad one.
Have you been shagged well?
I wasn't talking about that.
I'm talking to Omni, not you.
Fuck off.
No, never on a shag, but I will. I gotta say, like a good shag carpet,
yeah,
good
baby.
shagging. Neither of those two things are objectionable, baby.
It's my bag.
It's what. That's not my bag, man. Oh, really? Because it's right next to this book that says Austin Powers. These things really are my bag.
My bag,
yeah,
baby.
Yeah, baby.
God, those references. Oh man. So okay, I hate my brain.
Yeah.
Please gently deliver it to us. But yes, Elide. I like that. It's an interesting idea. The idea that this substance is literally. It's here to just remove the shit you don't want to deal with. Like
Austin Powers came out in '97.
Did it really?
that makes me sad. You know what? You're totally right because I remember it was
out later
it
than
was
that. Earlier than
1999
that.
when I was up with my family watching the ball drop up in New York, and I remember Austin Powers being on the TV. I remember that one of them because it was one of the sequels by that point. I think. God damn.
So,
You know,
so Omni, you're saying you're very aware when your ball dropped.
This has been Riders Block, everybody. So
what's funny
God
is
damn.
that, or I guess really wasn't funny. It was inappropriate, but like I was, like 6 or 7 years old when I saw one of my first Austin Powers movies, and a lot of the words that they used there, in that movie, not really appropriate. I didn't know that when I was 6 or 7 years old. Went to school, repeated them.
Oh no!
Called some kid a bastard, got in a lot of trouble, and that was how my mom found out that my father was letting me watch inappropriate television when I was visiting.
At least you didn't ask one of the other students if they made you horny, baby. Like that would have been a bad time.
No, absolutely not. I did not. No.
Good. I'm glad.
Woo.
I feel like so we have this substance. We have the beginning. We have this civilization. Have we named the civilization yet? Because I know we've named like subgroups within them. We have gleaners. We have the opalescence is the actual like the descriptor for the state or the name of the state of that people enter into when they're exposed to this stuff.
We have the Veil Walkers.
And Veil Walkers are the ones who utilize it. So there's part of me that feels like the easy answer for what this region would be called the Veil by others.
It's a little on the nose.
It is.
I like it.
But I feel like it's because it is on the nose because it's not the name they gave themselves. It's the name others have applied. In the same way that, like, you know, you hear something, you're like, well, that's a little on the nose. Limeys, they ate limes while they were at sea. Like, yeah, I guarantee you it was not an actual British person who came with that name first. Like, it was someone who was out of that structure who came up with that name.
Probably the Spanish, to be quite honest.
Same thing with
probably
like
the
being,
Irish.
Yeah, same thing with being called doughboys. You can bet your ass a doughboy did not come up with the word doughboy to describe them, but you can bet.
I actually looked into the origins of that. I was like, where the fuck does that come from?
I've never looked into it. Hit me.
So the British and the Americans would wear uniforms, and they're really clean, nice pressed uniforms, but they would get so dirty from the soil that they were around that it literally looked like they had big bags of dough hanging off of their uniform. This isn't even a widely agreed upon thing either. Like,
okay,
that was like one of the first origins, and then another one was along the lines of, oh yeah, they literally just dressed. They looked like bakers. It's like, okay, it's like the first one makes more sense. Like that sounds believable, but they actually don't know exactly where it came from. They also don't know where the term 86 comes from exactly.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, oh, it might come from the fucking, I don't remember the name of the bar on 86th Street in New York, but they think it might have come from that. But they're not sure. So, entomology, is that what that is? The study of...
etymology.
Etymology. And entomology is probably something
Bugs.
horrible.
Bugs.
Bugs,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Entomology, yeah.
Etymology.
Etymology and entomology. God, one letter. I'm always one letter off of something.
It's how it goes, buddy. It's how it goes.
That's what happens when you do this show for 3 seasons.
That's happens when you speak English. Unfortunately, look, I say this as someone who's like best man at his wedding is like an English professor who spent his entire life like working specifically in Arthurian texts and deciphering old and young English and like new English. And
Young English.
more than once, you know, I called it young English like an idiot. But he, more than once, I was like, so, Mead, this thing about what's going on in England, this particular word, how does this work? And he'd be like, oh, this. And I'd be like, oh, thank you. He'd be like, yeah, no, English is a hell language and I hate it. And I'm like, but you're an English professor. And he's like,
that's why I hate it.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I have a doctorate in this, Jake. I
Holy
fucking
hell.
hate it. It's my life and I hate it.
Why don't we just go? I mean, a little less on the nose, but sort of still on the nose. What if we just, instead of like, because the Vale is a place that exists in a lot of different settings. So
Right.
I pitch the noun form of benthic, benthos,
Ooh, I love that.
the actual like bottom.
That sounds great. Wow, that really, you literally named our civilization rock bottom. Like, all we need is just one guy to come out and go, "How are you doing?"
That's their accent. Don't.
I'm not making fun of. I'm trying to adopt. Okay,
I know I said the actual bottom, and you can't fucking get over on the sea floor.
I will credit you, Red, for being one of the few bold enough to name a culture the actual bottoms.
Damn.
Yeah, the people oppressing them with the tops.
Rogaldorn doesn't have them, so it's okay.
Tops? Rogaldorn's got tops.
I'm talking about bottoms here.
Don't dig us, baby. We're the tops.
Y'all are something. Like,
there's a lot of things I am. Shameless.
We're a problem is what we are.
Absolutely one of them, actually.
I like benthos.
No, I like that too. I like
Benthos.
Benthos too.
Welcome to Benthos. Get high with us. Whoa.
Let's get high and talk about who the bottoms are.
It does sound like
I've been to a few of those parties.
It's this close, actually, to sounding like a drug.
Benthos?
Seriously, think about it.
Yeah, it's like benzos.
I wasn't going to say benzos. I was going to say just even like benthos.
Were you not? Like, how were you not?
Because my brain has put a wall between it, and it's also 11:15 by my time, so that would probably be why. So my brain is not partitioning things off for sanity. But like even saying it a couple times, my brain is like, that does sound like something I would hear on like an advertisement after just a couple minutes, like order benthos now. You know, and then there comes like the 15-minute like scroll of all the shit that will happen.
All the problems happen.
Yeah. They mix rectal bleeding somewhere in there because they always got
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
There's always one interesting one in there. Always one.
I don't know that I'm interested in rectal bleeding. I don't know what the fuck's going on in your world, bro.
Not saying I want it, saying it's the one that makes you go, hold up. Like there's one in that list.
Taken down.
Hey folks, if you like the stream, please consider, if you're not already following, I'd appreciate a follow. It's absolutely free. And hey, a sub, if you have an Amazon Prime sub, that's also free with your Amazon Prime sub. And your subscription to Amazon Prime, rather. And hey, if you can toss me a few bucks for bits, I'd very much appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, good transition away from anal bleeding. So
yes, it is. Thank you.
So Benthos is the name of the area. These guys definitely aren't like a kingdom. I see them more of being like a communal body than like people have attempted to unite these people. But what happens when you unite a bunch of people that think they're gods in their own story?
I feel like this is what would be called a fallen empire, like in terms of. But I'm thinking in particular of like the terminology that was used in Stellaris, where it's like this might have been a civilization once. They aren't really a unified civilization anymore. They have unifying cultural aspects, but they don't have a unifying governmental structure. I
think the autolatry came after. Like after all of the like really great ideas they had and this like unified vision of a future and past, once that got shattered, the autolatry really kicked in. So it's almost like a moving cult.
A moving cult.
I could see a little bit of that, yeah.
I mean, I'm just pitching ideas.
No, I hear you.
There's definitely a cult-like aspect. It could be maybe that's what the forces or the sub-factions controlled by the players are, like individual cults of personality or individual groups that are gathered specifically under them. we've talked about other places where they are more formalized nations, where they do have like a regimental structure, or they do have like a dedicated corps of diplomats. Like this feels much more like an ad hoc gathering of like-minded individuals by like a charismatic few who probably are using this open as a means by which they can control, command, or utilize their fellows. I realize that sounds really fucked, and that's a fact.
We do have 3 more words to do, which are logistics, entropy, and occupation. Which they, all of those words except for entropy, kind of contrast what this nation is. So
I feel like logistics is just something that I wanted to mention earlier. Like I said, I like the word. I think it's just important for us to remember that a mechanic of this world is going to be not merely just the gathering of forces of whatever they are, whether that be military, diplomatic, or mercenary, or like mercantile, but also the keeping of them. And I feel like these people in this particular empire, I feel like logistics actually works for them a little bit, because we've talked about the logistics of how this stuff is mined, how this stuff is kept, and how this stuff is circulated. And I feel like this is the sort of conversation you should have, even if it's just like a thing we should mention in the book, like as a, hey, if you're making a faction in this and you are getting ready to play, you should have a conversation about how your faction handles logistics. What are logistics they need to be concerned about? You have giant beasts, how are they fed? How are they raised? How's that done on the road? You have like crazy cult that's driven by a nostalgic vision of the past that may never have been. It depends on drugs to escape the harsh reality that they may have never been there. How do they get that? How do they reclaim it? Where does it come from? And I feel like that would be enough for logistics for me to say it's done. Like if we've even just mentioned that out loud.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a... Oh, I had a brain fart. What was the final name we came up for the substance that these guys harvest? Was it Allied?
I kind of like the idea of calling it opalescence. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to differentiate.
Okay.
I like the idea that Soul is going down with the whole Allied thing. I'm just not sure like what noun form you'd want that to take.
So, darn it! Like my first thought was like, my mind just put E at the end, and I'm like, no, that's Elise. That's different. Let's see. Any thoughts, folks?
I don't know that I've got a noun form of that.
Noun form of which word?
Allied.
Can we put it in the doc or something so I can see it spelled dyslexic over here?
I have an idea. Yeah. So L-I-D-E. So I was thinking, since Allied is like to omit or to like remove something or like spot it out, as it were, why don't we just call this stuff like eclipse or something like that?
I like eclipse.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
I'm a big
ties
fan
into the
of
whole
word
like
eclipse.
It also ties into the whole like, you know, that old cultural idea of like eclipses reveal things. Like I like that. This stuff reveals the way the world could be.
Maybe like a total eclipse of the heart.
Every now and then you have a good one, Soul. You have a good one. I like that. Eclipse works.
You're holding on forever. I don't even... Okay, so I think the reason I don't like Meatloaf so much is the fact that, yes, and Meatloaf was on that song. Fucking fact check me. The reason I don't like Meatloaf is that there was this person that I couldn't fucking stand that said I looked like Meatloaf all the time. And I'm like, I can't tell if it's an insult or a compliment. And they definitely were meaning it as an insult. Yeah, I was like, damn. So it's like, oh, you look like Meatloaf. I'm like, why? They're like, oh, because you're fat. I'm like, thanks. Meatloaf was a cool person, though, so whatever.
Meatloaf was cool.
Rest in peace.
Rip. May he forever be eaten by Tim Curry.
who has escaped capitalism.
Somehow.
Okay, so I like Eclipse. Logistics is kind of covered under the idea of just like we kind of already talked about how things are going to work in their society and how things are working now because of this foreign occupation. Now we have entropy. Where does that fit in?
Yeah.
That was tied to the
To the
yeah,
substance.
it's like, it has like a half-life.
Oh, okay. So we already. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're just saying we already tied that in. Okay.
Yeah, it's both. It has deleterious effects, and it also itself, like, eventually just it's gone. It scatters. It has a half-life where it eventually disappears, and that's why we need to refine it from corpses and other sources. You need to shake it out of the environment before it's lost in it.
I want to say this military force also because we're pretty much near the end here. We've been going for this is the longest session of Writer's Block we've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, this is we're going on.
Yeah, we're like
4.
3.5.
Hour
yeah.
4. Yeah, we're 5 minutes off 4 hours.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're 5 minutes. We're 5 out.
No.
So I was gonna say this opposing military force. I don't feel like there's so much as a military force as so much there is just somebody that a group of people, maybe even like just mercenaries that just kind of moved in and they're just taking advantage of them. And they're like glorified bandits at this point. I think they've been here for a while too. Like they're not just like, oh yeah, a couple of bandits moved in and they took advantage of it and like only like they're being held up by like toothpick scaffolding. I think that these people have been here for a long time and they've been abusing and like pretty much just treating the Benthos people as nothing better than just like second class citizens. And I think that being said, I'm also under the idea that these guys might be a little bit less parasitic and more what's the word I'm looking for? Working alongside, not synergistic, but what's the word I'm looking for? Working alongside together for like a mutual benefit. What's the word I'm looking for?
Synergistic, mutualistic,
mutual aid.
No, it's a word for it's of the words of like parasitic and stuff like that. Symbiotic. I was thinking that these guys maybe they don't have such an abusive relationship. Maybe they just have a symbiotic relationship. Like maybe it's just like hey, you people won't fight, so in exchange, you need to give us the stuff that you use so that we can fight for you. And like it's sort of like a not a fiefdom, but a serfdom in the way that these people have become pretty much slaves to this army because this army is the one that's protecting them from the outside forces. So it's like soft extortion. But it's for their own good because like these guys were probably not the only people that had just like moved in and just like for their own good, quote unquote. There's obviously significant negative downsides, so like they lose a lot of their freedoms. But the idea is just like, yeah, people are gonna move in here and try to just fucking kill you and take your land and just have it as their own. And it's so hey, we're a mercenary company. We're trying to find a place to settle down. Here's fine. So, a little tit for tat. Scratch our backs, we'll scratch yours.
Literally a Bug's Life. Like, not even joking. Like, literally point for point. So what if we do a little bit better than that? It's not just give us this stuff and we'll use it. What if they won't fight? We mentioned already one of the effects of Eclipse is when it's used and you literally coat yourself with it like oil, you ignite it, you walk through an area. I'd imagine it's sublimating and just like filling the air. You literally pacify portions of the battlefield. What if, in addition to like providing this chemical and maybe like food and basic resources, access to minerals and such, they also provide them these individuals who do this, and that's the Force's weird. They don't have to even directly fight. They are technically engaging in pacifism, but they're doing it strategically. They are like effectively a walking denial tool.
Yeah. I also like the idea that the people of Benthos also say, we'll give you this stuff, but you can't fight. You have to be pacifistic like us. So you're not permitted to fight in the way that you traditionally do. So you lay down your arms, your firearms, whatever you have. You're going to fight the way that we show you how to do it.
Interesting.
That's real heavy. I don't really see a lot of people agreeing to that.
Yeah, exactly. So there'd be that thing, and you as a commander would have to deal with that whole idea of just like, okay, my people don't want to lay down their arms. They are literally trained soldiers, and that's what they do. Do you really expect me to tell them that they need to set themselves on fire and run through a field?
This soldier's on fire.
I feel like this is where the leaders of these factions are. Because, like, something that we've touched on repeatedly is that the player character is someone who's directing your group. So again, like, they could be the lead diplomat of a diplomatic corps. They could be a general. But, like, whatever, you know, they could be a chief merchant. But their job is to coordinate. And I feel like they are of wherever this, you know, your force is from. It seems to be like, even if you're a mercenary force, what have you, you represent that force. I feel like the leader of this force would have to be one of these people from this culture. They from Benthos. They would have to be like a native Benthian or someone from Benthos who might themselves be personally a pacifist, but have had to learn and master strategy to protect others. And while I'm getting a very Swiss Guard vibe, actually, off of the mercenaries we're talking about here. Because, like, the papacy, as an example, they don't have their own trained military. They hire the Swiss Guard. And so the Swiss Guard are technically mercenaries. If you can call them mercenaries after working for the same employers for the better part of 300 years. But, you know, yeah. So in this instance, like, what we might have is there is a concession made to the practicality of there be dudes out there with crossbows and like black powder and bayonets and swords, and they are going to try to charge us and kill us. And these people that are fighting for us are experts at that. We bring a unique skill set of our own, and that's where you get the weird from. So you have like the guy at the top who's coordinating this is a Benthanite, I'm trying to say Bothan.
Benthosian.
There you go, Bethusian. They're directing the traditional. They need to learn how to direct the traditional forces, and they direct their own pacifistic individuals. They're Eclipsean pacifists into battle, and they learn. I imagine for them, they're like, we're going to minimize battle. Our pacifists will deny areas on the battlefield, and real combat will only occur in a couple of places that are, you know, unavoidable. It's their concession. They can't evade war completely. But they can't avoid conflict completely, but they can blunt it and maybe end it more efficiently with their means. That'd be my thought. Please don't let my be the last word on that shit. Please, someone will speak up.
No, I like the idea that like there's that sort of trade-off. Like the Benthosians are literally just like, okay, yeah, you can defend us, but we are going to be the ones that appoint a military leader to make sure that you guys don't partake in any acts that we consider to be against how we wish to defend the home that we have here. And yeah.
I also feel they're the sort of culture that they're not going to be giving this shit out if they can. We're talking like a culture that's fundamentally addicted to Eclipse. Yeah. Like, whether we're talking practically like a physiological addiction or psychological, it doesn't matter. They need this shit. There's no way in hell, if it's a resource that's hard to get, we'd be like, yeah, random mercs, here you go. Take this brick of thing that we absolutely want. Nah, if they're going to use it in combat, they're going to have their own people use it.
I think that the mercenaries would still use sword and weapons and stuff like that, and that would create you basically have like a Forces of the Imperium kind of faction where you're like splashing two different armies in one, and they work well together, but they heavily contrast each other to the point where you're going to have morality issues.
And I know the reason now. I think I know the reason why people would agree to become these pacifists. Simple. They get more access to Eclipse. Your average member of the civilization, they don't get to bathe themselves in this shit. They don't get to absolutely saturate themselves with it. That's not a thing you normally get access to. But if you go out and you defend your people this way, then yeah, it's acceptable for you to get a huge amount of this stuff and utilize it in combat. It's probably the only way you would. It'd be like saying, oh yes, the only way we're going to defend our people is to have cocaine berserkers, and it's the only way you can get cocaine in that volume. Only in this case, something a little bit less cocaine. But the same idea, basically, where it's like these people are very much, they seek Eclipse, they use it to
cocaine berserkers.
It's literally copium.
Talking about World War II
for them. So the idea is these people are getting this chemical. That is the lure. That's how you get this pacifistic culture to show up on a battlefield next to actual mercenaries. Is they go, if this is what I have to do to find that, to enter the opalescence, then so be it. If this is the only place I can truly enter it in this level, is in a battlefield surrounded by death, I will do it. It's literally the equivalent of saying I get soldier's rations, like 2 hots and a cot, but you're doing it for Apocalypse.
Hell yeah. You know, I think that's a good note to end it on, because like I said, we're at the 4-hour mark.
Damn.
I'm about it.
Okay, well,
I love it.
Shit, we got through all the words and some. Okay, well, let's go to outros.
Sure.
So let's start with Elise again. Tell us where folks can find you and what you're up to, et cetera, et cetera.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elise. I'm an artist and a creator, and I own an Etsy store. You can find me on Twitter, and it's Sword Queen Games, and you can find me on Etsy at Queen of Swords D&D, where I am creating character art and doing commissions and creating all sorts of fun RPG things, where I'll be expanding my shop. So give me a follow on Twitter and on Etsy, so you can keep up with discounts and sales and all the new products I'll be coming out with.
Oh yeah, thank you for joining us, honey.
Glad to be here. I'm glad I could contribute to the wacky and wonderful world. This is
wacky and wonderful are not descriptors I would use for what we're making.
I'm literally seeing Richard Scary characters running around with fucking muskets in my head now. I love
thinking of
this.
like John Candy, like fucking some goofy ass shit. And Soul.
Yeah, you can find me everywhere at Souls Rolls. Pretty much anywhere you want to run into me on social media. I've got a website, soulsrolls.com, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Yeah. I do a lot of TTRPG writing. I do TTRPG social media work. I do a lot of random stuff as well. Check me out. Also check out RPG In. That's RPGINN for the Inclusive Nerd Network. We're doing a lot of stuff to raise marginalized voices. My big push right now, become the community manager. There's a lot of different people involved. It launches at the end of January. If you're coming into this after January, check us out. If you're coming to this right now, check us out. Get early. Not everything's open right now, but we are getting onto it. So yeah, there you go.
Right on, man. Thank you for joining us once again. You guys are always wonderful to have on the show because some of the best episodes we've had. So, and Omni, would you like to reintroduce yourself?
Sure, buddy. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm the last Omnitect, your favorite robot American. You guys can catch me on my channel, twitch.tv/thelast_Omnitect. I do world building, rule smithing, and campaign development for my coming TTRPG projects, including Legacy, Storytelling the World Tomorrow, a 20-year project finally coming to a close. I shouldn't say a close. Finally come to a point where I can open the beta to everyone as a thank you for everything you did for me back in the holiday season. Thank you all so much for keeping me off the streets. And as a result, thank you very much in advance for helping me make this project I love so much even better. So yeah, I'll be running Legacy on DMDM Studios and on my own channel, as well as also I'll be running a Pathfinder 2e campaign called Skies of Etanria. At some point, both these will kick off in February. I'm just wrapping up getting characters together, getting the final stages of the beta playable and collated enough for players to use. And yeah, also you can find me on this channel in DMDM Studios, both in multiple role-playing games and super cool shows like this. Thank you, Ed, for having me on. As always, love you, buddy.
Thank you, boss. And folks, you know who I am. I'm Red, one of the 3 primary colors. So next Monday we will have Reckless Attack on, same time, and very much looking forward to having Nathan on. I haven't talked with him in a while, and I'm sure that'll be a lot of fun. But he's a great dude. And let me check my schedule for the rest of the week. Nothing on Thursday yet. That will be changing soon enough. Tomorrow I might play some Magic. We'll see how I'm feeling. I might just make a deck and like do shit on stream. We'll see. Wednesday, I'm going to be over at DMDM Studios along with everybody here playing some Death Watch, and that'll be fun. Friday, again, nothing yet, but I will be over on DMDM Studios soon enough on Fridays running my own Pathfinder campaign, Soldiers of Fortune. Saturday, Covet Syndicate over on DMDM Studios. And Sunday will be, soon we'll be running a Pathfinder game on the 5th. That'll be at 6:30 p.m. CST. That is replacing the Magic campaign I was originally going to run before everything happened. And I just said, fuck it, we'll run a Pathfinder campaign. So yeah, and next Tuesday we'll be doing another Commander night. So we're just gonna be another 4v all Commander game. And other than that, keep up with me on Twitter and stuff like that. But thanks, folks. I'm going to be raiding into Derek since he's still running his stream. So be sure to say hello when you stop in. I'm gonna say hello and then probably peace out because I got stuff to do. But I appreciate y'all and thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Take care, folks.